Debate continues on the Immigration Transition Amendment Bill 2021. Does any other member wish to speak? The Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in debating the earlier Customs and Border Control Amendment Bill, I made the position of the opposition quite clear that these bills are troubling to us, just as they are troubling to many Caymanians and residents who have their deep-seated concerns with it. I believe this bill should also trouble members on the government bench as well. At the very outset, I would state here, Mr. Speaker, that while we did not support the earlier bill, we will also not be supporting this one, because the two of them, they are companion pieces of legislation, all dealing with the same subject matter. The debate on these bills, Mr. Speaker, particularly on this bill, is the first debate of real consequence for the government and the country under the new administration. This may very well define the government in the minds of the people. In debating the Customs and Border Control amendments, I said that if the government had brought a bill that required first-time work permit applicants to be vaccinated against SARS-CoV-2 as a new condition for the grant of a first-time work permit and the right to reside here, then the government would have been on much firmer ground. What they have presented to this House and to the country instead is a set of amendments that are a quagmire, in our opinion, in which the government may very well find itself stuck. If they had brought such an amendment, the government would have also been more honest with the public about the category of persons they intended to include. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, until these bills were published last week or week before.
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the third time today that I will bring up the standing orders in respect to imputing improper motives. The Honourable Opposition Leader just suggested that the government was being honest, or being dishonest, and I do not think that would be fair in respect to the comments, and I would ask them to retract those statements as per the standing orders rules.
Can you rephrase, please?
Mr. Speaker, I did not say the government was dishonest. Please don't impute the wrong words and wrong language to me by the member. I did not use that language.
Honourable Minister of Tourism.
What I did say was that they were more, would have been more honest with the people. I've not accused them of dishonesty. I'm sorry, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I am happy to accept the House, the hazards of this Honourable House as to the exact words that he said. But he's suggesting that the government wasn't being honest, and that's imputing improper motives as per the standing orders. So I ask him just to be mindful that the listening audience across this country listens to that, and as you know the rules as they are, you cannot suggest those kinds of things.
Honourable Member, you have agreed that you said to be more honest. They would be more honest. That means that they're being less honest then. So you have to understand what the member is complaining about. I would appreciate you rephrasing that line.
Mr. Speaker, if they had brought such an amendment, the government would have also been much more clearer with the public about the category of persons they intended to include. In addition to maintaining that mandating that first-time work permit applicants, along with persons on work permit already resident here, must be vaccinated, the government is also requiring mandatory vaccines for persons that fall under the following sections of the law. Section 37, persons legally and ordinarily resident on the islands for at least 8 years. Section 38, residency and employment rights certificate for a spouse or civil partner of a Caymanian. Section 39, dependents of residency and employment rights certificate holders. Section 42 and Section 43, loss of residency and employment rights certificate, where the applicants are a spouse, partner, or surviving spouse or partner of a Caymanian who has forfeited rights under Section 41. Section 41, residency certificates for persons of independent means. Section 42, certificate of permanent residence for persons of independent means. Section 43, spouse or civil partner of and dependents of the holder of a residency certificate for persons of independent means, or a certificate of permanent residence for persons of independent means. Section 47, certificate of direct investment, and Section 50, residency certificate, substantial business presence. Now, Mr. Speaker, I do acknowledge that the Deputy Premier, in making his presentation on the bill, has given indication that there are committee stage amendments to remove two of these categories to exempt two of these categories from this requirement. They are Section 38, residency and employment rights certificate for a spouse or civil partner of a Caymanian. And secondly, Section 39, dependents of residency and employment rights certificate holders. Now, Mr. Speaker, we can't overlook the fact that they were in the original bill and that these things passed through their caucus and their cabinet were approved. So the intent is and was clearly to include them. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask members of this honourable Parliament this evening and the listening public, look carefully at the list and tell me if you're not concerned. Persons we have invited to set up a business and invest here will now have their rights of residence withdrawn if they choose not to get vaccinated on religious grounds or because of strong personal convictions. What messages are we sending about how much we value these persons as part of our community? Mr. Speaker, this bill is not just about new work permit holders looking to reside here for the first time. This is about a broad demographic of residents who have been here contributing to building up our country, investing in our islands, and working with Caymanian-owned businesses of all sizes, from gardeners to mechanics to farmhands, and yes, even to professional people in financial services. This bill is also about those who perform vital roles in our society across a spectrum of employment, including the specialist caregivers in every community that help families give special care and comfort to their beloved elderly and often sickly family members, mothers, fathers, grandparents. It should be up to the family to determine if they wish to keep a caregiver who is not vaccinated to look after their loved ones. Some may choose not to keep on an unvaccinated caregiver. Still, others may decide that they are happy to manage the risk if allowed vaccine boosters, access to the new fast and reliable lateral flow tests, and access to new emerging oral antiviral drugs from Pfizer and Merck that promise to cut the risk of hospitalizations and death caused by the virus and cut it in half. These, coupled with the rigorous hygiene and PPE protocols, can, we believe, keep their loved ones safe around an unvaccinated caregiver. These amendments are also about mandating vaccines for persons who have a strong religious convictions against the vaccines. I know many people of the Adventist faith, Caymanians and expatriates alike, who will fight for your right to take the vaccine, yet in the same breath they will fight for their religious conviction that they should not be vaccinated unless they choose to do so. And this is what we feel this is all about and should be, preserving that freedom to choose. I am told that the government has no way of knowing how many people are in the categories that they are seeking to catch with the new mandatory vaccine laws. I don't believe that they know it. They have not kept the data. It's not available. And so what we really don't know here this evening is whether these drastic and far-reaching amendments are akin to the government simply taking and using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. As I said when debating the earlier bill, Mr. Speaker, whether these amendments are discriminatory or not is for a court of law to decide. But from a moral perspective, they certainly feel highly discriminatory. That's why we are seeing protests that include Caymanians and non-Caymanians alike voicing their disdain for a law that mandates vaccinations for non-Caymanians in our community, including spouses of Caymanians and others who have a vested interest in the islands. We are learning more and more about this virus and the associated vaccines with each passing month. We have only recently come to understand, as an example, my having been vaccinated only provides me with protection against becoming seriously sick or worse. Even though vaccinated, I can be infected and not display symptoms, yet have a sufficiently large viral load of the virus to infect others. Yes, there are some studies that indicate that a vaccinated person may carry the infection for a shorter period than someone who is not vaccinated, and so can represent a lower risk than the non-vaccinated. But the reality is, ladies and gentlemen, there is still risk. Just look at the number of vaccinated people returning home from overseas who ultimately test positive. I have been on record as stating that I am convinced that the current community spread is a result of government lowering the quarantine period for vaccinated travelers to 5 days. And in my thinking, Mr. Speaker, the risk was implicitly acknowledged by the government's actions in increasing it to 7 days. My point is that these amendments to mandate vaccinations to non-nationals are not only divisive and potentially harmful to local businesses, but I really truly question the real effectiveness and the need for it. I repeat again what I said in my previous debate. Educating and persuading rather than mandating has served us exceptionally well to date. And that is what I believe we should continue to do with regards to those who reside here. I say again, I am confident that we will get to the 80% vaccination level and climb even higher when we get closer to opening the border. I believe that we will get there before we open those borders if we do things right. People are going to be motivated once they know those barriers are coming down, and as we are experiencing at the moment, the community spread is going to accelerate even more. Many Caymanians have determined that they will not be vaccinated, or they are children excluded from receiving the vaccine. There are also a number of parents who will not allow their underage eligible children to take the vaccine. And this bill takes aim at the unvaccinated, non-Caymanian segment of our society, at least those employed outside of the civil service. The government is on record as stating that they intend to also mandate vaccinations for non-Caymanian civil servants as well. How will they achieve this? And when? No one said that. What's that, sir? I said that the government, small g, is on record as stating that they intend to also mandate vaccinations for non-Caymanian civil servants as well. Or intend to make it happen?
Not entirely accurate.
Okay, I want to be correct. Okay, if I can't get the right statement, then I take it back. So I would say, Mr. Speaker, really, I think it's going to be the private sector who will bear the brunt of this requirement. We currently have one of the highest vaccination rates of any country in the region, or indeed even the world. And as I said, we are in an extremely good position. We are the envy of the region. And it gets even better as more people voluntarily get protected through first-time vaccinations and boosters. And again, so I question the need for these mandates. I repeat the questions. previously, why is the government rushing across such shaky ground? Why are they pushing this legislation that they know is likely to end up in the courts under judicial review? Do they not see the unhealthy divisions that are being created in our society under the guise of protecting Caymanians? As I was preparing my mind for this debate, I reflected on how we began our COVID-19 journey and what we did different from the others, from other places. Indeed, too, in what we did different from the current administration. We understood the need to make tough decisions, including decisions to close our borders and in so doing, shut down our tourism economy. Mr. Speaker, in those days, just a short 18 months ago, there was so little that we knew about this virus. There was so little that we knew about the pandemic. Like the member from Red Bay used to say in his public utterance, we didn't know what we didn't know. And that was the reality of it. Thankfully, those tough early decisions could be made a little easier because two progressive-led governments, of which I was a part, had strengthened the country financially and economically so as to better able to withstand a global recession. We could not have envisaged or anticipated a global pandemic. But we knew hard times would arrive at some point, and we had to be prepared. In those early days, we also did our best to keep the then opposition leader informed, and when practical, involved. Given the speed of some decisions, it was not always possible to speak with him prior to advising the public, but conversations were had after the fact. Keeping the opposition informed was important to us. Despite the challenges we faced as a country, we were united. There were those who were unhappy with us, but the majority of residents understood what we were looking to achieve, and each and everyone who lived here, and they cooperated and complied. We communicated regularly, and the country understood that the goal was to protect health and lives and to ensure that our people had the financial ability to survive while we worked to defeat the virus and wait for a vaccine to be developed and be distributed. Then we would be able to work together to reopen as safely as possible. Economic recovery, rebuilding livelihoods while keeping our society healthy was the end game from the very start to the finish. Fast forward to today, and it certainly seems to me that unity of purpose may have changed to one of vaccinated versus unvaccinated. I look across the aisle again to this evening, Mr. Speaker, and I see Caymanians who I know want the best for our island and our people. I know we all do. The question is, how do we get there? And that is where the division exists between us. The government seeks to mandate it. We say, give people their choice. It's their body. They're putting the stuff in there. Mr. Speaker, the Great Britain that new Prime Minister Maggie Thatcher was about to lead in 1979 was a country with many challenges, including economic turmoil and rising unemployment. She was questioned about how she felt on forming a new government and becoming Prime Minister. In response, she noted the weight of the responsibility bestowed on her as leader and on the new government. She also acknowledged the need to maintain the people's trust and confidence. She then noted the words of St. Francis of Assisi, "Where there is discord, may we bring harmony. Where there is error, may we bring truth. Where there is doubt, may we bring faith. And where there is despair, may we bring hope." There are those today who may question whether Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher stayed true to those words, but certainly in a time of challenge, those words are worth bearing in mind. Mr. Speaker, what we perceive and have seen over the past 10 days when the bills were first exposed for the public is that we are seeing that it is creating discord and divisions in the country. The bill, in our mind, ignores the truth that being vaccinated may protect me from serious sickness, but I can still be infected, and I can still infect others with the virus. And this bill does not instill public faith that we understand what is needed to work and to move the country forward. And because of this, a segment of our population, and I'm talking about Caymanians and non-Caymanians, they remain in despair and without hope that the government can successfully reopen. And Mr. Speaker, this is not Roy McTaggart saying these things. It is the wider public who are not necessarily political supporters of either the government or the opposition. They are Caymanians who only wish to get back to some semblance of a good and normal life. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned it earlier, the concerns have been expressed on social media about mandating vaccinations. All of us, I believe, have received hundreds of messages, emails, text messages, phone calls, protesting and asking us to vote against these bills. Vaccinated and unvaccinated Caymanians are standing side by side in support of choice, in support of educating and persuading, but not for mandating. They, like us, do not understand why the government is pushing a bill with such wide-ranging negative ramifications and with little or no public consultation. Across the region, we have also seen the marches and protests against mandatory vaccinations. In the UK, the government there is also being challenged as they look to make vaccinations mandatory for people working in elderly care homes and in health services. But they have the good sense to allow for at least 6 weeks of public consultation before they make their move. A September 12 article in the Financial Times warned of an exodus of qualified elderly care workers in the UK who would leave their job rather than be vaccinated. Will we see something similar here with work permit holders or those persons who have invested here choosing to leave? I've had some indication that that could be the case. There will be those who say, let them go. But what is the potential impact on our economy and our ability to rebuild? What will happen to Caymanian-owned businesses, large or small, who may need to scramble to find qualified replacement workers during a pandemic? These are real considerations, and I have yet to hear the government assuage any concerns in this regard. In the UK, there are organizations and trade groups who have united to threaten the government with legal actions over mandatory vaccines and even requiring vaccine passports. Here at home, as we learned this morning when we were debating the first bill, the Customs and Border Control Amendments, we learned too of the example we have here of KSG attorneys at law representing a group of a civic-minded or some Christian association for civics and political education, pointing out what they perceive are the breaches of the fundamental bill rights as contained in our Constitution. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to go through all of what it was they're looking at and considering, but my colleague from Red Bay in his debate earlier had quite ably expounded on those. But their conclusion is that they have put the government on notice that they will challenge the government in court should these bills be passed in Parliament. I have no doubt, and I suspect, that the government knows this as well. And we believe firmly that the courts will grant leave for the matter to be heard. And in the interim, the law may not go forward or brought into effect. In fact, Mr. Speaker, just this afternoon, I read an article published by the Compass, that was an interview with another lawyer from HSM Chambers. And they raised the same points that we do. The violation of the constitutional rights, the fact that they thought it was just for first-time Caymanian, not first-time work permit applicants, and a host of the other things that we have been saying here and debating today. So what it tells me is that the positions that we're offering here and suggesting are being validated. I had another lawyer tell me over the weekend he had been approached by several people about launching a judicial review process. So I know the country is agitated. The country is agitated is the right word, and are keen really to preserve the rights that they have of choice rather than a mandatory requirement. And again, I asked, Mr. Speaker, why the rush? Why expend energy and time on such a drastic measure rather than on more productive and less contentious matters? I believe last week it was the Deputy Premier mentioned and gave an indication on interview, I think it was a rush hour, that they may move, government might move, or that an opening sometime in November might be a possibility. No?
She asked the question and answered. We share that.
To do so, Mr. Speaker, whatever, to do so successfully, they need to be focused on preparing to reopen and prepare our people to reopen. Tonight I ask, what will the new normal look like? How will we manage the implications of COVID-19 being widespread once we have tourists arriving here in the country? Will we continue with testing and tracing and closing schools? What assistance do we give to businesses so they understand what is expected as they operate in a COVID-19 economy? What assistance do we give to people if they are sick or quarantined, if quarantines continue and cannot work and are not earning? Mr. Speaker, that's a dire situation right now with the hundreds of people that are in quarantine, the numbers of people who are not working, and many have indicated and asked already for help because employers are saying they're not paying them. So I hope that the private sector will step up here, but there is no guarantee. We have these things, and these things continue to bubble in our economy and in our country, and we need to look at addressing them in a very comprehensive way. Tonight, Mr. Speaker, we got a lot of work to be done, and we need to be united. Mr. Speaker, as I did earlier, I asked the government then and I ask again to withdraw the bills. Even if passed by the Parliament, the bills will be challenged and may likely not see the light of day. And so the efforts to bring these ill-thought-out bills will be for naught. But in the interim, we believe that the country and our people will not benefit, but will suffer. In closing, Mr. Speaker, let us please, as Mrs. Satcher suggested, think on the words of St. Francis as we look to emerge from this pandemic united as a country. Where there is discord, may we bring harmony. Where there is error, may we bring truth. Where there is doubt, may we bring faith. And where there is despair, may we bring hope. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other, the member from Red Bay?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do not intend to reiterate what I have previously said and what has been said also by the Honorable Leader of the Opposition. But, Mr. Speaker, when I was debating the Customs and Border Control Amendment Bill and was referring to some of the demographic that is being caught in this net, in this mandatory vaccination net, I was properly interrupted by the Minister for Tourism, who insisted that I keep my debate to that bill. So I acceded, as I ought to that request, but it means that I have now to address those issues in the context of the debate on the Immigration Transition Amendment Bill 2021. Mr. Speaker, the first point I want to address, which I've already addressed to him personally, is my concern that the Minister of Finance cannot count. And I say that, Mr. Speaker, because he said more than once that there were only two categories of person in terms of immigration status who were being affected by the bill as he is moving an amendment.
Point of order, Mr.
Deputy Premier.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. I did not say that. I am responsible for what I say. I'm not responsible for what the member for Red Bay understands. I was talking about the previous bill, that there were only two on the previous bill that it relates to, not the bill that he's speaking about now.
Mr. Speaker, I'm most grateful to the member for that clarification and indeed concession that there are far more categories that are caught by this net. And this net, Mr. Speaker, comprises two ends. One is the Customs and Border Control Amendment, and the other is the Immigration Transition Amendment. But together, they capture all persons who are subject to immigration control in the country. So as I said at the beginning, I wasn't able to address those categories that are listed in the Immigration Transition Amendment Bill, and I therefore now have to do that. Now, Mr. Speaker, those categories in the bill, number 12, hence my mistaken but understandable concern that the Minister of Finance had said there were only two. But I hear him, and I'm glad for the clarification. So the amendments, or amendment which he proposes, will remove two of those categories of persons in terms of immigration status that are caught by the bill. Those, Mr. Speaker, are the spouse or civil partner of a Caymanian who applies for a residence and employment rights certificate, and dependents of RERC holders who have reached the age of 18 and apply for permanent residence in their own right. The other 10 demographics, that's probably not the right word, but I can't think of a better one. Categories, that's probably better. The categories of person for immigration purposes. There are 10 of those, plus the two that are dealt with in the Customs and Border Control Act. So we are still at 12 discrete categories of persons who are subject to immigration control, who are being caught by this wide vaccine mandate are being caught in this net. They include persons who have been legal and ordinary resident for 8 years in Cayman. Now, Mr. Speaker, can we take a closer look rather than the broad brush, that don't really matter approach of the Deputy Premier? So, I am a Jamaican. I come to your country. I work here. I married another Jamaican. We have set up house here. We have a home here. My wife works. I work. Both of us are on permits. We're making enough money. We want to apply for permanent residence. We know what the rules are. If you don't have some form of real property, asset, home, piece of land, your chances of getting permanent residence by virtue of your length of your tenure of residence here is slim to nothing. So anyone who believes or who wants to acquire permanent residence and then move on in the graduated process to Caymanian status will be hustling to try to get a little piece of the rock, because without it, you can't, unless there are exceptional circumstances, you have Caymanian connections or something else, you can't get enough points to get permanent residence. So you're going to tell these folk, not you, sorry, Mr. Speaker. So the government is going to tell this happy couple who have 2 children now, let's talk about them too. They got one in primary school, and they got one going to high school. The children were either born here or came here when they were very young. They have friends. They have social ties. These are stalwarts, the parents, in the Adventist church. The father is a Rotarian. You're getting my drift, Mr. Speaker? These are people who have established ties, who are growing roots in this soil. But they don't want to take the vaccination. And the Deputy Premier says them can just go along about your business. Mr. Speaker, does my example sound like something absolutely impossible or ridiculous? I reckon, Mr. Speaker, that represents the situation of many people in this country. So by saying simply, well, we're doing our best to make sure it doesn't apply to Caymanians, Caymanians, or Caymanians, that is not going to save this legislation from being declared as incompatible with the Constitution. The court is going to look at the ties that those people have. And they are going, Mr. Speaker, in my view, to say that this is impermissible discrimination. All right, Mr. Speaker, move on. Parents of Caymanian children. What? Parents of Caymanian children whose marriage or civil partnership has dissolved. Section 40, subsection 2 of the Act provides for a person who has forfeited their right to a residence and employment right certificate, but who is the parent of a Caymanian child, to apply for a continuation of their RERC, that's a residence and employment right certificate, until the child reaches 18, or later if the child is in tertiary education. Has my good friend, the Deputy Premier, really understood what that means? Do those on his side of the House who apparently are going to vote for this, do they really understand what that means? What that means, Mr. Speaker, is if a person marries a Caymanian and they have Caymanian children, but they subsequently separate or divorce, but they are still resident here, that if they don't take the vaccination, they have to go along. No. Same way, Mr. Deputy Premier. No. That's what the section says. I don't want it to say that, and I'll be more than happy to agree with an amendment which prevents this injustice from occurring. But this is not covered, Mr. Speaker, by the amendment that has been circulated to us. And if the Deputy Premier now sees the sense of what I am saying, I'd be delighted and I can move on. Mr. Speaker, I learned a long time ago, not just to take what they give you, you must look at it. You must read it. You must understand it when you get up here and present a bill. Sometimes the bill will make you look like a fool. Next, Mr. Speaker, surviving spouses or civil partners, Section 40, subsection 3 of the Act, provides for a residence and employment right certificate holder who is the surviving spouse or civil partner of a Caymanian to be able to apply to the board or the director of work for the right to continue to hold their certificate. Does the Deputy Premier understand what that means? That means if you are married to a Caymanian and the Caymanian dies, and what you have is a RERC, you must pick up your belongings and go along too if you don't take the vaccination. That's what it means. That's what it says. Really, Mr. Speaker? Really? This people-driven government is going to treat people like that? If it was a cattle-driven government, you wouldn't drive your cows so. Run them out of the grass, please, go along. Mr. Speaker, I don't know, we just ate, so the Minister for Tourism shouldn't be hungry, but he's groaning over there. But, Mr. Speaker, these are not my words. I am reading what is in the bill. It's your bill, Mr. Minister. Next category, Mr. Speaker. Persons of independent means who apply for a residency certificate for persons of independent means, valid for 25 years and subject to renewal, see Section 41(1) of the Principal Act. So we're saying that anyone who is of independent means, that is, the millionaires, the well-off people who come here and apply for a residency certificate for persons of independent means, who invest substantially here, who spend money here, in the shops, in the restaurants, in the bars, the services that they all require, gardening, cleaning, you name it. And it must go along if I don't take this vaccination. Persons of independent means who apply to reside permanently in the Cayman Islands, Section 42(1) of the Principal Act. Same sad story. If you don't take the vaccination, we don't want you. And that's really what the Deputy Premier said. He made it very clear. He made it very clear. And I have some paper here, which I will refer to, in which he repeats it to the compass. But we'll get to that. Surviving or former spouses or civil partners of those who hold a residency certificate for persons of independent means or a certificate of permanent residence for persons of independent means and who have applied for the grant of such certificate, permanent residency in their own right. So let's examine this category, Mr. Speaker. You had two rich people who came here as spouses. The one partner to the marriage had granted to him or her a residency certificate for persons of independent means or a certificate of permanent residence for persons of independent means. But they died. So you say that their surviving spouse, they must pack up and go along too if they don't take the vaccination, even if they've been here for 20 years. That's what the section says, Mr. Speaker. I'm reading the words of, they're groaning over there because they obviously have not looked carefully at what it is they are trying to do. Well, perhaps that's being uncharitable. What they will do if they carry through with this legislation. I don't think they intended that. But the leader of the opposition said it at the start of his debate on the earlier bill. The law of unintended consequences has never been repealed. Dependents of persons who hold a residency certificate for persons of independent means or a certificate of permanent residence for persons of independent means where the dependent has reached the age of 18 and applied for permanent residence in their own right. So now, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about the children. Principally, dependents don't have to be children, but principally is what we're talking about. Because we're saying you're just getting to be 18, so they must be children in this context. They came here with their mother and father who held a residency certificate for persons of independent means or a certificate of permanent residence for persons of independent means. I don't know what the difference is, but that's what the words say. But it means that they have the right to remain here for a long time, for up to 25 years. So the children either were born here or they grew up here. All of young Jane's friends are in Cayman because this is where she grew up. She went to Cayman International School. She played all the sports. She had loads of friends here. This is where she knows as home. She only go back to Florida now and again to see her grandmother or grandfather. But Cayman is her home. So when she reached 18, she says, I don't want to take that vaccine. The Deputy Premier will say, tough. Pack your bags and go along. That's what it says. Boy, Mr. Speaker, it's a long list. I'm sorry, but it's not my list. It's the Deputy Premier's. I'm just reading it. Persons who have applied for a certificate of direct investment, see Section 47(1) of the Act, and the surviving or former spouse or civil partner of a certificate of direct investment holder who has applied for such a certificate in their own right. So, Mr. Speaker, if you apply, once this passes, once you apply for a certificate of direct investment, you must take the vaccination. I don't have too much of a qualm with that. But the surviving or former spouse of a civil partner of a certificate of direct investment holder, that could be someone who has lived, who has resided here for many years, but her husband died, or his husband died, as the case may be, because it refers to a civil partner. That's what it refers to. I'm not making it up. It's in your bill, Minister. And so you say to her or him, you have to go unless you take the vaccine. I don't care how much investment you made here. I don't care how many condominiums you own. I don't care how much contribution you made to the Rotary Club or the Lions Club. We don't care. We don't need you. Go along. That's what the Deputy Premier said. They must go along.
Mr. Speaker.
Hey, Minister of Tourism.
As per the standing orders, I refuse to allow the member from Red Bay to impute the motives of the Deputy Premier. He did not say such thing. Now, he may have interpreted that way, and he has a right to deliver his debate, but the Deputy Premier have never said that.
I was going to ask him if that's what's in his mind, because it's nowhere written. That's his interpretation, which I think the Deputy Premier will deal with in the closing.
I guarantee you, I guarantee you. Different accents working.
I know that those words go along none way there, so. Member for Red Bay.
Mr. Speaker, the moment of levity is good. But, Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Premier, my good friend there, has a great command of the Queen's English. And when he's talking to the compass, he uses the Queen's English. So I shall read it from the compass, and then we can decide whether or not that just don't mean the same thing as belong. A person who applies for a certificate for specialist caregivers for that person's employee, former employee, renewable for a period of 5 years. See Section 49 of the Principal Act. Mr. Speaker, on this one, I can see some justification why you would want someone who is taking care of an aged and infirm person to be vaccinated. So I'm not going to make a big fuss about that one. An applicant for a residency certificate on the basis of substantial business presence, valid for 25 years and subject to renewal of the Principal Act. So, Mr. Speaker, again, it is very clear. These residency certificates on the basis of substantial business presence are granted for up to 25 years and are able to be renewed. So what happens if the individual has invested heavily in a substantial business here, or businesses, plural? They live here, they have their family here, they have their business interests here. We just can tell them that they have to go along too if they don't take the vaccination. That, Mr. Speaker, is the impact that this amendment, Immigration Transition Amendment Bill 2021, is going to have. I cannot believe that the members on the other side, which includes 3 lawyers, leaving aside for the moment the able advice of the learned Attorney General, would not have understood quickly the implications of these proposed amendments. Mr. Speaker, before I rose, I asked the intern to hand to you 2 copies of articles from the Cayman Compass. With your permission, sir, I have copies for everyone. I wish to refer to the one which appeared first, to the one which appeared in today's publication, which features an interview with HSM Chambers partner, Nick Joseph.
I don't have that one.
None of you have it, Mr. Minister, yet, because I need the Speaker's permission. I believe he did hand you both.
No, I have one other one that I think you're planning to table also, but the one with containing someone from HSM, I don't have.
Right.
And before you read them, you will make sure members have a copy.
Once I have your permission, sir.
Yes, you do. In particular, the one that deals with a member of the House, that he must have a copy immediately. Are these copies given to all members now? You have, each member have 2 copies?
One copy.
You're going to be dealing with both of them?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, but in turn, rather than confuse people, we'll hand that one out when I get to that particular point.
Continue.
Mr. Speaker, my leader referred to an article in the Cayman Compass, as I said earlier, which involves an interview with HSM Chambers partner Nick Joseph, who is a noted immigration lawyer here. The leader said that Mr. Joseph appeared to share many of the concerns that we do. And my main point in referring to this article, and indeed, Mr. Speaker, if you so authorize, to lay it on the table of the House.
Just
Deputy Premier?
that's a point of clarification, Mr. Speaker. With the one that was given to me, I noticed I had the word advertisement in it, which is different from an article. So I just want to clarify if this is an advertisement or is an article, just for the record. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, that was downloaded from the Compass website. But if you go to the website, you'll see an advertisement in between the paragraphs. Because that's how they're selling, that's how they're making money. So when you print it, it doesn't print the advertisement. It just says advertisement.
So this here is, when you say the advertisement and goes on to say the freedom to choose, that's not the advertisement. That's part of the article.
Correct, sir. It threw me for a bit myself. I said, what advertisement? Then I realized.
I was wondering what the Compass doing. It doesn't surprise me, you know.
Because when you go on the when you go on the website, you see the advertisement. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll just refer to certain excerpts from the article because all members have it and can read it at their leisure. But he says, ahead of it starts, as legislators get set to debate law changes introducing mandatory vaccinations, at least one local immigration expert says the proposed laws go further than initially expected and could be challenged in court. I'll skip over some of it. Ahead of that debate, Attorney Nick Joseph of HSM Chambers discussed with the Compass what the implications are for Cayman. Having reviewed the planned law changes, he said he disagreed with the provisions set out in the legislation. The freedom to choose, quote, this is his quote, the freedom to choose medical procedures is important and should only be curtailed to the extent necessary and reasonably justifiable in a democratic society. The application of mandates should not appear or be arbitrary, and we look forward to greater comfort as to the basis and extent of their proposed application, unquote, Joseph said in a statement to the Compass. He suggested the law changes as they stand are open to judicial challenge, and they believe there could be grounds for that, leading to a declaration of incompatibility with Cayman's Bill of Rights. Other implications, he's quoted as saying, include damage in the eyes of the international community with economic and reputational impact. Certain individuals may be forced to challenge the legislation or may simply choose to leave. There are substantial investors who fall into this latter category and who've already been voicing significant concerns, unquote, Joseph stated. Initially, government's talk of mandatory vaccinations had been restricted to work permit holders.
Honorable member, the pages are not numbered again. Can you tell me what page you're on?
That is the bottom of the second page, sir.
second page, bottom. Okay.
Initially, government's talk of mandatory vaccinations had been restricted to work permit holders, and it had been anticipated by many that the requirements would attach to persons applying for a first work permit, quote, effectively a condition of entry on those who do not yet, but intend to reside here, unquote. Quote, what has, however, been produced in the bill indicates that the requirement will attach to not only those who are seeking to come for the first time, but also to broad categories of persons who are already here. That's the concern I was expressing as I analyzed the list of categories of people who will be impacted by this amendment. Returning to his quote, as drafted, subject to exemptions, almost everyone seeking an immigration permission, including renewing an existing permission or amending an existing permission to add or to remove dependents, will have to provide proof of vaccination either for themselves or a prospective dependent, depending on the circumstances, unquote, the attorney shared. He pointed out it was worth noting that vaccination is not currently proposed to be a requirement of persons applying to become Caymanian. Quote, it is assumed on the basis that such persons are usually already permanent residents and accordingly already settled in the islands, unquote. Joseph contended that as drafted, the Immigration Transition Bill may particularly, quote, fail for lack of justification if similar treatment is not applied to others, including in some frontline roles and or Caymanians, unquote. In other words, Mr. Speaker, he's saying this kind of discrimination is likely to be found to be incompatible with the Constitution. Quote, it would appear to be difficult to contend that mandatory vaccination is reasonably justifiable for an established expatriate online worker working remotely from their home, but not for a permanent resident driver moving persons to quarantine, or a Caymanian healthcare worker testing persons for COVID. We will have to see what steps government takes in that regard, unquote, he said. And Mr. Speaker, we've already had a situation, thankfully not at the HSA, where a frontline COVID worker was found to be positive. And now, Mr. Speaker, he turns to my good friend, the Deputy Premier. However, Deputy Premier Chris Saunders, speaking on the Compass Facebook talk show, The Rush Hour, on 29th of September, made it clear he will not support any mandatory vaccinations for Caymanians. He said countries, including the US, are now requiring vaccinations, and the law change is no different to protect the local community. And then the Deputy Premier is quoted as follows: we do recognize that there are some Caymanians, whether it be for medical reasons or religious reasons, that would be unable to take the vaccine, unquote, he said, adding, therefore, government has the responsibility to take steps to protect them. My throat is dry, Mr. Speaker, and I see it is causing a great deal of happiness on the other side. Quote, our job is to maintain a vaccination rate that's going to keep our people safe, and more importantly, our children safe, unquote, the Deputy Premier said. However, when it comes to vaccinations, this is not the Deputy Premier being quoted now, this is the article. However, when it comes to vaccination for frontline workers and those in the civil service, many of whom are Caymanian, Saunders said that is a matter for the governor and deputy governor. Joseph said he does not think casting legislation so that it only affects certain categories of expatriate without reasonable measures that apply to others risks, unquote, risks alienating sectors of the community in such a manner as to create divisions, real or imagined, between Caymanians and expatriates. I don't think that sentence is quite right. I think what they're trying to say is, Joseph says he does not think casting legislation so that it only affects certain categories of expatriate. I'm reading it. I'm simply saying I don't think it reads correctly, and I'm rereading it. Joseph said he does not think casting legislation so that it only affects certain categories of expatriate without reasonable measures that apply to others risks alienating sectors of the community in such a manner as to create divisions, real or imagined, between Caymanians and expatriates, unquote. On this issue of public health, he contends, quote, what is good for the goose is good for the gander. If vaccination is necessary and proportionate for the well-being of the community, then so far as reasonable, it must be reasonable and proportionate for a wide range of participants in the community. This may include temporary participants. He questioned whether there was an alternative path forward. Quote, are there mechanisms available that could bring up the number of vaccinated persons in the community without the deprivation of choice? And have these options been explored, attempted, and exhausted? If the government has any alternative, it may be compelled to pursue that which causes the least practicable infringement on the rights of those who already call Cayman home, unquote, he said. Thank you. Will it be effective? Joseph said the test of vaccination will come in its application. The current vaccine total as of 1st of October was 55,200, or 78% with one dose, 51,759, or 73% with two doses. Quoting again from Mr. Joseph, to be enforceable and to survive challenge, any attempt at enforcement will need to be not only lawful, but reasonably justifiable. When and if the bill passes, and even then, whether it meets the lofty standard required for effective enforcement will depend on multiple factors, which will vary from case to case. The standard to be met will be less, that is, enforcement easier, where a person is not yet a resident of Cayman, unquote, he said. The attorney pointed out that a significantly greater difficulty in enforcement may arise where an unvaccinated person is already a resident, let alone a permanent resident, whether on the basis of the point system or as the spouse of a Caymanian. Quote, we expect that if passed, enforcement will be challenged and anticipate various particular circumstances in which a challenge would have some prospect of success, unquote, he added. For his part, Joseph contended, as written, and in the overall context known to the HSM team, they do not agree with the changes, that is, to the law. Quote, of course, all lawyers have views, and by their nature, having consensus agreement between lawyers is hard to achieve. The issue is polarizing, and views often seem firmly on one side or the other. I and others have concerns. We are, however, cognizant of the fact of what may be an imminent public health emergency. As a comparator, Bermuda's death toll from COVID appears to be growing quickly and is now reported at 72, and that we already live with mandatory vaccination as part of our established systems. They form part of the public education system, unquote, he said. An important distinction can, however, be drawn between mandatory vaccinations for school children and the present circumstances, he argued, as almost all children attending school, whether public or private, have to be vaccinated against a number of diseases. unquote. The requirement exists whether or not the parent happens to work for government. Fairness is an important factor. It appears disproportionate, as the bill is drafted, for a 15-year resident mother of a Caymanian child to have to prove vaccination in order to remain in Cayman with her Caymanian child, but for others in future to be able to come on vacation and at least temporarily be part of the community without being vaccinated. Ultimately, he said, the question to be answered is whether or not mandating vaccination is reasonably justifiable. Quote, as with freedom of speech, freedom from vaccination, effectively freedom of choice, may not be absolute. The virus has no regard for creed, color, or immigration status, and accordingly, efforts to confront the threat based on any one of those create some legal and ethical discomfort, unquote, he added. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that those of us on this side are not just dreaming up these concerns. That article was written, whenever it was written, was published this morning. We came to these views days ago with our concerns about the bill. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Joseph referred during his article to the concern about mandating vaccinations for private sector persons, i.e. those on work permit or here on some other immigration status basis, but not requiring it for government workers who are on contract, that is, non-Caymanian government workers. The Deputy Premier dealt with it by saying, this is not my responsibility, it's that of the Deputy Governor and the Governor. And so, Mr. Speaker, let us see what the Deputy Governor had to say when he was asked the question. Mr. Speaker, I handed up a copy.
If you have copies, then let...
And I have copies for all members.
For members, please.
Yeah, you're my good friend too. Yeah. I tell you what I always tell my children, I love you all dearly, but when you're wrong, you're wrong. Come here and get your little licks. Mr. Speaker, may I proceed?
I just want to make sure the Deputy Governor has his. The member from Red Bay, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The article, I'm afraid it doesn't have a date on it, Mr. Speaker. It just refers to Thursday's press briefing, but I'm not sure which Thursday. Good try. But I'll read it. It is, I believe, factual whenever it was given. And I know it wasn't given when I was in office, so it's still the responsibility of the current government. Deputy Governor Franz Manderson has said the civil service will join the elected government in looking at developing legislation to require civil servants on government contracts to be vaccinated. This is an ongoing issue. It is not easy, unquote, Manderson said, as he addressed Thursday's COVID-19 briefing. His statement came as amendments to the Immigration Transaction Act and Customs Border Control Act proposing mandated vaccines for work holders are now out for public consultation. So we know it is within the last 10 days, Mr. Speaker. Manderson said he confirmed in a Zoom town hall with frontline workers and that mandating vaccinations is, quote, under consideration, unquote. As he said he was, quote, very concerned, unquote, that not all civil servants on the front lines at Customs and Border Control and Travel Cayman were vaccinated, unquote. My greatest fear as head of the civil service is that I have to attend the funeral of a civil servant. I would never want to do that, so I'm asking all the civil servants to get vaccinated and do not put me in that position, unquote, he said. That's all quite proper, Mr. Speaker. That's what we talk about on this side when we say we should be persuading and educating. Push for frontline workers to vaccinate. To this end, he said legislation is being looked at in the absence of significant vaccination uptake in the civil service. Back in April, he explained a survey was done across the civil service which found 70% of those government workers were vaccinated. He said an internal survey on frontline workers a month and a half ago showed 8 out of 10 frontline workers were vaccinated, but the survey was, quote, quote, well taken up, unquote. Since then, Manderson said they have been doing a number of Zoom meetings with frontline workers and, quote, I do believe our numbers are moving in the right direction, unquote. Thank you, Sarge. Mr. Speaker, the Sergeant, in his usual efficient manner, has provided us with the date, September 25th, 2021. He said another survey is currently underway, and part of the questionnaire asks whether the civil servant is vaccinated or not. Coming out of the virtual town hall meetings, he said, were a number of questions, one of which covered mandating vaccinations, primarily to meet civil servants. He said there were concerns from vaccinated workers, quote, we have staff voicing concern about working on the front line with unvaccinated staff members, and we have staff members on the front line who say they will not get vaccinated. My pledge to the civil servants on the front line was that before we would make any decision about requiring vaccinations, that I would meet with them, department to department, and I'm going to keep my word, unquote, he said. Manderson said Premier Wayne Panton agreed to meet with frontline workers via Zoom, and, quote, they could hear from him directly, unquote, sometime next week. He said civil servants since the Zoom town hall have gotten vaccinated. He said some civil servants since the Zoom town hall have gotten vaccinated. Manderson noted the civil service is committed to vaccinations and, quote, we should be the leaders. We should lead as a world-class employer. So our numbers at the moment are not world-class, and we have to admit that. But we will do our best to ensure that the Cayman Islands government, our civil service, should have the highest vaccination rates in the island, unquote, he said. Cayman Airways, he pointed out, is at 100% vaccination. And he said he told his team, quote, we can't have SAGC, statutory authorities and government companies beating the civil service. We should be leading, unquote. Our commitment is to continue to encourage civil servants to take the vaccine. As the Premier and everyone says, it is the best thing to fight. It is the best thing to fight. I think there's one too many toes in there. To fight COVID, unquote, Manderson added. So, Mr. Speaker, the position is becoming clearer. And so we see that this legislation does not only discriminate by what it insists on being done, but it discriminates by the categories of all of foreign workers who are not being caught in the vaccination trap. Because if you are a civil servant on a government contract, you are not caught by these amendments. You can choose, so up to now, and today is the day we're debating the bill, you can choose not to take the vaccine, and you're perfectly fine. The Deputy Premier dare not come and tell you to go along. So, Mr. Speaker, there are myriad problems with this piece of legislation. Massive problems. I cannot believe that the government will still insist on pushing this through. Mr. Speaker, what the government needs to do, in my view, with my phone, is to spend its time and its concern about what is happening with the community transmission of this virus. Today we have 52 new cases, 38 of those community transmission. As I said during my previous debate, in 2 weeks' time, all of this thing about contact tracing and isolation is going to be absolutely pointless, because it's going to be spread right through the entire community. And we all hope and pray, because the vast majority of the community is vaccinated, and those that are not vaccinated are principally, not entirely, but principally children whom the virus doesn't seem to do anywhere near as badly as us older folk. Mr. Speaker, all of these people that we have isolating, who's paying them? Who's going to pay them? Who's going to look after their financial needs when they can't go to work? That's what the government need to be worrying about, instead of trying to reach some magical number off the charts in terms of vaccinations with respect to people who are here already or connected to these islands. Mr. Speaker, all of this opportunity we've had today, maybe he's going to do it at the end, but I would have expected the Premier to tell us what the reopening plan is and what is the date. What are we going to do as, well, not, I should say we, because we Parliament, but we help to vote money. What are we going to do as a Parliament? What is the government going to do to help the many failing businesses that reopening not going to save, because we've already lost this season? I know as many people must come to them as come to me and say, Mr. Alden, I'm not going to have money to pay my rent this month. Can you help me? The Minister of Finances, our finances are still rosy. Use someone to help our people now. We have proposed, Mr. Speaker, from the campaign trail, that we should raise the stipend for tourism workers from $1,500 to $2,000. They need to go to $2,500 now, because we thought that the reopening plan and the reopening date would have come in advance of the start of the next tourist season, winter season. But that's not going to be the case. For many of these businesses, the tourist-related businesses, because we're not going to have any cruise tourism for another year, they're going to suck salt from now until the next winter season in 2022. We have a duty as legislators, the government has a duty to help these people. Mr. Speaker, I have probably said enough. But Mr. Speaker, I can't close without telling you about a little conversation that I was in the company of in CN Bar, right up the road here, Shedden Road, on Friday evening. So these two guys were having this discussion, and one of them saying, tell me one thing the Park government done since they took office. He said, I can't think of a thing they done. The other one said, no, man. He said, you're not being fair. They brought back COVID-19 into the community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? I call on the Deputy Premier, the Honorable Attorney General. Didn't see that, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I shan't be long, but I just need to probably clarify a couple of things. Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you're familiar with the saying which says that there are many opinions as there are lawyers. And one thing is clear as it relates to this particular initiative is that there's no shortage of legal opinions. And somehow, if you notice that we have been quite selective in terms of those which we try to use. We mentioned KSG, we mentioned SSM Chambers. There was something that was widely publicized or published in the newspapers about some opinion from some eminent jurists from the Eastern Caribbean, which speaks about the, my word, resilience of Caribbean Constitution to withstand these challenges. There's also opinion from the subcommittee of the Bar Association in Jamaica, which also speaks to the resilience of constitutions to withstand these challenges. We have been treated to the very nicely written brief, if I might call it that, a letter from KSG, and threatening in bold, Mr. Speaker, to challenge legislation if they are enacted. Mr. Speaker, one of the good things about our democracy is that we have an independent judicial system which allows for members of the public, when they are aggrieved, to have their matters ventilated in court. That is the nature of our democracy. And we know, sir, that if government were to, every time they're threatened with legal action, to Is that a fire alarm, sir? Oh.
I'm sure that wasn't meant for us.
Thank you, Member Redby. If we were to be threatened, if the government were to run for cover each time you're threatened threatened with legal action about a piece of legislation, we wouldn't, or any action for that matter, government wouldn't get anything done. I mean, KSG, very able set of lawyers. They know about challenging legislation for compatibility. They just did that with the roads law. It didn't quite go their way, but they have done it. So I think so. Yeah, they just did that in the Lisa Lane case, which we all know about. Yeah. So, agree with you. They pursue it nonetheless, albeit first instance. But Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making is the way the system operates, it allows for those kind of things and for issues to be ventilated. And it doesn't matter what I say here, it doesn't matter what learned counsel and the former premier says and what KSG says and what HSM says. At the end of the day, it is only the court across the road that's going to determine whether or not what we're doing here makes any sense. What I need to observe as well is that as helpful as the KSG lawyer, KSG brief or letter is, I'm not so sure it made the point that the case that forms the thrust of their opinion, that the case went in the government's favor. The court ruled that the legislation was in fact compatible. So, and you know, we says as lawyer that you're in trouble when you have to resort to the dissenting opinion. And KSG spent quite a while highlighting the dissenting opinion rather than the majority. But again, with all due deference to them, this is their views on it. They are entirely free, Mr. Speaker, to take the matter to court and have the matter ventilated. And of course, the government will have to justify the legislation and whatever is being done here when we get to that stage. So we know, sir, that these days just about any public-spirited members of the public can get leave to challenge these things. It's not like in some countries where you have to show that you're a victim. That's not the case with the Cayman Islands. Following other places, you can simply just show that you have some passing interest. And I don't mean to be facetious. In other words, the bar is very low. So we wouldn't be surprised if at some stage there are numerous challenges to these legislation. And we just have to meet them head on, Mr. Speaker, and deal with them when they arise. And Mr. Speaker, also need to make the point that although the word mandated or mandatory vaccination is bandied about and in a kind of loose sense, there's really no mandatory requirement in this legislation. All that it says is, listen, if you want to enjoy certain privileges under the immigration law, work permit, a renewal of a work permit, and so on, one of the conditions that you have to meet is that you have to demonstrate that you're vaccinated, or you can't take the vaccine because of some medical reasons, or you have some sort of other declaration, you're exempted. That's all the legislation says. It's not a case where persons are being forced to take vaccine or is being forcibly administered to anybody. They're simply saying, if you're applying for a work permit, you have to prove a number of things. You're a person of good character, you have skills, certain skill set, and you also have to prove that you're vaccinated. There's a number of conditions attached to it. And it is not entirely dissimilar, Mr. Speaker, to a situation where under the education regulation, I think it's regulation 20D, for one of our children, a child, to be admitted to a school, he has to show that he's vaccinated. He or she is vaccinated. Now, Mr. Speaker, if a child has to demonstrate that they're immunized before they get into a school, like you, we have right to education under the Constitution. But the child has to demonstrate that he's immunized in order to be admitted to school. I don't think it is such a bad ask to say that if you want to come and live and operate among us, then you need to demonstrate that you are vaccinated. Why is it not bad for a child? Why it is not discriminatory for a child, but it is bad for someone who wants to come and live among us or want to remain among us? So when we talk about justification of proportionality and reasonableness and irrationality and Section 19 of the Constitution, those are some of the things that the court will look at. If you have to demonstrate that your child is vaccinated before you can get him or her into a school, why shouldn't you demonstrate that you're vaccinated before you can get a work permit? There's no right to a work permit. There's no legitimate expectation for renewal. The law says so. And it doesn't matter whether it's the first renewal or it's a 10th renewal. Still doesn't have any, bring any, or carries any legitimate expectation. So your position as a work permit holder doesn't change because this is your 7th, 8th, or 9th renewal. You're still a work permit holder. You're still subject to the discretion of the board and or the director. That's just how it is. So it is quite a mouthful, Mr. Speaker. It is quite an emotive issue. And nobody's saying that you don't have a choice. You have a choice. You can decide, I don't want, if those are the things that I need to go through to get a work permit, well, I don't need to do, I don't plan to do that. And I think it's Section 50, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, sir. Section 58, Mr. Speaker, of the Immigration Act, Immigration Transition Act 2021, revision. So Speaker, speak about consideration of application for work permit by the board, etc. The Work Permit Board, the Business Staffing Plan Board, the Cayman, Bracken, Little Cayman Immigration Board, or the Director of Work in considering an application under Section 56. A, shall in respect of an application for a grant, or B, may in respect of application for renewal, subject to the general direction which the Cabinet may from time to time give in respect of consideration of such application, take into account the matters listed in subsections 2 to 4, and it sets out the matters in respect of the prospective employers, and in respect of in relation to the worker, it says the worker's character, reputation, health, and where relevant, the character, reputation, and health of that person's dependents, the worker's professional and technical qualifications, and that person's experience and competence to undertake the position applied for, the economic and social benefits which the worker may bring to the islands, the sufficiency of the resources of the proposed salary of the worker, and where the worker's spouse or civil partner is employed within the islands, those of the worker's spouse or civil partner, and that person's ability to adequately maintain that person's dependence. The worker's facility in the use of English language, and the location, type, and suitability of accommodation, and so on. And below that, Mr. Speaker, we could just add, and whether the worker is vaccinated or not. It's another condition. As simple as that. So, Mr. Speaker, it is not a sea change, if I might put it that way. And I think we need to separate the issue of whether or not a person wants to take a vaccination, whether they wish to take it, whether they desire to take it, whether they should have a choice. We need to separate that from the government's policy, which is if you want to be employed in the Cayman Islands and you require a work permit, then as part of that, you need to demonstrate, among other things, that you are vaccinated. And if you get your work permit and you are here with your family and you wish to drop your children, or you need to enroll your child to go to school as a work permit holder, you also need to show that the child is vaccinated. That is how the legislation should be construed. Because invariably, Mr. Speaker, they have dependents, children with them. And I'm sure they wouldn't be railing, Mr. Speaker, about whether the child should be vaccinated or not. So, Mr. Speaker, the effect of the amendments, as we say, is to make the initial grant and subsequent renewal of certain categories of residents and permission to work in these islands conditional, and the individual demonstrating that they, and of course the eligible dependents, have undergone an approved vaccine course. I'm sorry, sir. Are they exempt for medical reasons? So, Mr. Speaker, those who are outside the islands and who have not been able to complete an approved vaccine course in their country of residence, I'm sorry, sir. So will need to undertake or complete the course shortly after their arrival. And we saw in the bill, Mr. Speaker, it speaks about 40 days and so on by way of an undertaking. Mr. Speaker, the intention is to introduce a requirement to show, as I said, proof of vaccine against COVID-19. And so the way in which the bill is drafted, it allows for the introduction of requirements of vaccination against other notifiable disease that should indeed arise. We have changed that. I would like to, okay. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the changes introduced by the bill apply to persons who are presently residing outside the Cayman Islands, who apply to come and live and work here. And of course, it will also apply to those who are already in the islands and who are seeking to renew or extend their existing permission to remain, including those who applied for the first time to reside permanently. The changes, Mr. Speaker, do not apply to those who possess Caymanian status or those who already benefit from the right to reside permanently in these islands. In the view of the government, Mr. Speaker, these changes are a rational and proportionate response to this deadly COVID-19 pandemic, and in our view, Mr. Speaker, are fully compatible with the rights contained under the Bill of Rights, the Cayman Islands Constitution. Mr. Speaker, if I may deal with Section 9 of the Bill of Rights, which guarantees the right to respect for a person's private and family life. Sir, it is well established by the European Court of Human Rights that a person's physical integrity forms part of their private life. Vaccination, Mr. Speaker, undoubtedly touches upon a person's physical integrity, and indeed, the European Court of Human Rights has found that compulsory vaccination represents an interference with the right to respect for private and family life, which is protected by Article 8 of the Convention. Mr. Speaker, that is the case even where the effect of the policy of compulsory vaccination would not actually entail a forcible administration of a vaccine against a person's will, but would instead have some other consequence, indirect, we might say, indirect consequence, such as in one of the cases quoted by KSG, the levying of a fine against a child's parent or the refusal to admit the child to preschool. Mr. Speaker, in the case of this particular matter, these were, as I understand it, citizens of the Czech Republic. So they were not persons who were trying to get in. Those were already citizens who would have been covered by the Bill of Rights. And the school is saying children have to be vaccinated, or not only will the children be excluded from school, but you, the parents, will also have to pay a fine. And they took it to the court, went all the way to the European Court of Human Rights. And the European Court of Human Rights says that is quite acceptable. There's nothing incompatible about that. So the case law of the European Court of Human Rights is, of course, a highly persuasive value, Mr. Speaker, in interpreting the equivalent provision, which is of our Constitution, which is Section 9, which deals with private and family life. But it's important to emphasize so that the amendments introduced by the bills before this House do not allow for the forcible administration of the vaccination, but for those who have no permanent right of abode in the islands, a failure to demonstrate that they, Mr. Speaker, proof of having undergone the approved vaccine course will result in their application either being renewed or refused, be it their first-time application or their application for renewal. Mr. Speaker, I already pointed out the provisions in Section 58 of the Immigration Transition Act, which gives the board and the director the powers in dealing with work permits, Mr. Speaker, to take certain things into account and attach conditions to those. Mr. Speaker, for those individuals who are residing outside the islands and who are making a first-time application to come and live and work in the islands, in the government's view, the right to private and family life is simply not engaged. That is, Mr. Speaker, because they are not exercising any private or family life in the Cayman Islands. They're not doing so when they apply, by simply applying for a work permit. They are not exercising or in any private or family life. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, the Cayman Islands does not guarantee the right of any non-Caymanian to settle in these islands. There's no such right, there's no such expectation. It's purely at the discretion of the government of these islands. Those, Mr. Speaker, who are applying, therefore, to come and work can have no expectation, none, no legitimate expectation of being granted permission to do so, unless, of course, they are willing, Mr. Speaker, to meet certain conditions. Mr. Speaker, Section 63(8) of our Immigration Act make it quite clear that there are no such expectation when it comes on to future work permit. None. And as I said, it doesn't matter whether it's your first work permit, your second renewal, or your 10th renewal. It doesn't change. There is no legitimate expectation that is going to be renewed. So, sir, demonstrating proof of having undergone an approved vaccine course or undertaken to complete such a course within a short period after arrival will be one such condition that will be attached amongst others, which are already in the Immigration Transition Act. The position is a bit different, Mr. Speaker, in respect of persons who are a person who is already residing lawfully in these islands and who is seeking to renew or extend their existing immigration permission or to reside permanently, and who otherwise meet all the conditions for renewal or grant. Mr. Speaker, they may be left, of course, understandably, with a choice between taking the vaccine or proving that they're vaccinated or leaving the islands altogether. The government accepts that for this group of people, these legislative amendments fall within the scope of Section 9 of the Bill of Rights, Mr. Speaker, and may, as the court has found, represent an interference with private life and, in some situations, the family life. But, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution makes it quite clear. Not every interference with the right to private and family life will amount to a breach of Section 9. Section 9, Mr. Speaker, in other words, is not an absolute right. And therefore, it is permissible, sir, to interfere with the right to private and family life where what is reasonably justifiable in pursuit of one of the number of specified aims, where the interference, rather, is in pursuit of one of the justified specified aims. And, Mr. Speaker, those aims include the interests of public health and the protection of the rights and freedoms of others. And, Mr. Speaker, those are precisely the interests that the bills are designed to protect. The primary purpose of the legislative amendment to the Immigration Transition Act and the other amendment introduced by the government, put simply, Mr. Speaker, is to protect members of our community against death and serious illness as a result of the spread of the COVID-19 virus. And, Mr. Speaker, the more the community spread increases, the more we have empirical evidence of daily increase, it is a greater the imperative of the government to act. It's a greater the urgency of the government to act. So this, Mr. Speaker, is just one of several measures that the government is pursuing to now stem, Mr. Speaker, what is almost becoming a daily runaway train in terms of community spread. The government is under an obligation, a positive obligation to act, to protect others in the society, Mr. Speaker, who, for whatever reasons, medical or otherwise, cannot be vaccinated. The government has a duty of care to protect those. And one of the ways to do so is to mandate that those who can be vaccinated should be. That is part of the government's obligation. Mr. Speaker, the measures here are aimed specifically to ensure that the vaccination levels reach and remain at a level, Mr. Speaker, at a level that is sufficiently high to protect the resident population of the disease and all the other variants that we're hearing about, Mr. Speaker. That, as I said earlier, sir, include protecting the extremely clinically vulnerable and those who cannot presently be vaccinated because of their age or medical contraindications. Mr. Speaker, another thing that will happen is that by protecting the resident population of these islands against serious illness, the government will also be protecting the healthcare system as a whole and will guard against resources being diverted away from the provision of healthcare services, which are unrelated to the transmission of COVID, but no less valid to those who need them. Mr. Speaker, preventing serious illness or worse amongst our essential workers will also help to ensure the continuity of other clinical or critical services, such as policing and fire service. And to that extent, Mr. Speaker, the measures introduced by the bill can also ultimately be said to serve public safety and public order objectives. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are in no doubt whatsoever that the bills pursue more than one legitimate aim. So, Mr. Speaker, whether the introduction of the vaccine mandate can be said to be reasonably justifiable in pursuit of those aims will understandably require the government to demonstrate that it answers a pressing social need, that the reasons to support it are relevant and sufficient, and that, Mr. Speaker, it is proportionate. Mr. Speaker, I don't think there is any issue about whether there's a pressing social need to do what is being done here. Sir, the World Health Organization has reported that as of the 30th of September 2021, there have been over 233 million confirmed cases of COVID-19 globally, and over 4.8 million deaths from the disease. The Cayman Islands has up until now largely been sheltered, Mr. Speaker, from the effects of COVID-19 as a result of the imposition of strict quarantine requirements for those arriving into the jurisdiction. But as the Cayman Islands looks to open its borders, Mr. Speaker, to tourists and other visitors without the need for quarantine requirements, sir, the risk of community spread of COVID-19 increased, and thus the more pressing the need to implement measures to reduce transmission and to protect the vulnerable among us. And so there's clear scientific evidence from other jurisdictions that vaccines are the most effective means of reducing the impact of COVID-19. In its COVID-19 vaccine surveillance report for the week of the 23rd of September 2021, Public Health England reports that after 2 doses, observed vaccine effectiveness against symptomatic disease with the Delta variant reaches approximately 80 to 95% with the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine, which is, Mr. Speaker, the vaccine that the Cayman Islands has widely deployed. So effectiveness against hospitalization and mortality is at over 90% with all 3 of the Pfizer, AstraZeneca, and of course, Mr. Speaker, the Moderna vaccines. Mr. Speaker, Public Health England has also reported that up to 5th of September 2021, in total, over 230,000 hospitalizations have been prevented in those aged 45 years and over. Public Health England notes that this is likely to be, Mr. Speaker, an underestimate. But estimates suggest, sir, that over 123,000 deaths have been prevented as a result of COVID-19 vaccination program up to 17th of September 2021. Of course, these are moving statistics, Mr. Speaker. So although the vaccine has been shown to provide strong personal protection against serious illness and death, it is accepted, sir, that some vaccinated person will still become infected, and some will go on to transmit the virus. But there is increasing and credible evidence, Mr. Speaker, that those who are vaccinated are less likely to become infected with COVID-19 and less likely to pass the virus on to others. So, for example, data from Scotland, Mr. Speaker, has shown that household contacts of vaccinated healthcare workers are at a reduced risk of becoming a COVID-19 case. And a household transmission study in England also found that household contacts of cases vaccinated with a single dose had approximately 35 to 50% reduced risk of becoming a confirmed case of COVID-19, sir. Mr. Speaker, there is a general consensus that attaining the highest possible degree of vaccination coverage is the best way to protect our community as a whole. That, sir, includes those to whom the vaccine cannot be administered and who are indirectly protected for so long as the requisite level of vaccination coverage is maintained. It also includes those who, because of other comorbidities, would otherwise be vulnerable to becoming extremely unwell if they were to contact the virus. I think it is common ground, Mr. Speaker, that the government has implemented extensive measures in recent months to encourage voluntary take-up of the vaccine, including, Mr. Speaker, through the use of publicity campaigns and vaccine drives. To date, however, sir, the overall national vaccination rate remains short of the government's target of 80% for phase 4 of its reopening plan. The Chief Medical Officer has reported that as of the 27th of September 2021, some 77% of all residents within the Cayman Islands have received at least one dose of the vaccine against COVID-19. The measures introduced through this bill, Mr. Speaker, are aimed at increasing that percentage and ensuring that the vaccination rate remains at levels which will better ensure the protection of the resident population as a whole. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of proportionality of the measures introduced by the bill, the government is satisfied that no less intrusive policy falling short of vaccine mandate will achieve the ultimate objective of maintaining high vaccination rates within the Cayman Islands community. And so, notwithstanding a vaccination campaign of several months' duration, the vaccination rates remain below the levels to which the government has publicly committed, so which is 80%. So the proportionality of mandatory vaccination, a vaccine requirement, must also be considered, Mr. Speaker, in light of the impact on the individual for failure to comply. There is no question, sir, of any direct interference with a person's ability to refuse medical treatment. But, Mr. Speaker, if upon applying for a renewal of a work permit or other category of residence, a person fails to adduce proof that they and their eligible dependents are vaccinated, ultimately, Mr. Speaker, that may lead to the person having to leave the jurisdiction once their extant immigration permission expires. But, Mr. Speaker, that may on its face seem a stark result. But it must be borne in mind, sir, that permission to remain in the islands is only ever at the grace of the government, and that no individual, as I said, can have any substantive expectation of having their work permit or other type of permission renewed or extended for that matter, unless they are prepared to accept the conditions that go hand in hand with such renewal. And we're saying agreeing to be vaccinated will be one condition among the many others. Mr. Speaker, it is true that as with all vaccines, there can be side effects. But the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency, which is the United Kingdom's regulator of medicines, has advised, Mr. Speaker, that the benefits of vaccination outweigh any risk in most individuals. And the amendments, sir, will not only apply to those for whom medical certificates are provided, which certify that vaccination would be injurious to the health of the person or dependent of the person. May I just say that again? So the amendments will not apply to those persons, Mr. Speaker, where they can demonstrate that the vaccine will be injurious to their health or to their dependents. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm confident that the measures introduced through this bill stand in rational and reasonable relationship of proportionality to the legitimate public health aims that they are intended to pursue. Mr. Speaker, it is relevant that on the 8th of April of this year, the European Court of Human Rights delivered its first ever judgment on the compulsory vaccination against childhood diseases that are well known to medical science. The case, as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, originated in the Czech Republic, where there is a general legal duty to vaccinate children against 9 diseases, and compliance with the duty is enforced through fines for parents who fail without good reasons to comply. And non-vaccinated children, Mr. Speaker, are also not accepted in nursery school if they're not vaccinated. An exception, of course, is made for those who cannot be vaccinated for health reasons, referring, Mr. Speaker, to a body of scientific evidence and the state's wide margin of appreciation in matters of healthcare policy. The European Court of Human Rights, Mr. Speaker, found that the vaccination requirement did not contravene the right protected by Article 8 of the European Convention, that is to say, the right to private and family life, private life. Mr. Speaker, I say that again. The court found that the vaccination requirement did not contravene the right protected by Article 8 of the European Convention, that is to say, the right to private life. So, Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said. A lot has been said about our Bill of Rights. A lot has been said about unfairness. A lot has been said about arbitrariness of the measures being put in place. But the government's view, Mr. Speaker, is that the measures that have been introduced, are being introduced by these bills, are quite reasonable, and they represent, Mr. Speaker, a proportionate response to what is now clearly, Mr. Speaker, a daily growing problem that needs to be tackled head on in the most aggressive way, Mr. Speaker. No room for wavering. No time for deterring, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I might just mention briefly the other rights protected by the Bill of Rights, and was mentioned in the KSG, some of which were mentioned in the KSG opinion. They mentioned notably, Mr. Speaker, the right to freedom of conscience and religion protected by Section 10. But, Mr. Speaker, it is sufficient to note that nothing about the amendments introduced by the bill hinders any individual in the manifestation of his or her religion. And as we mentioned earlier, so the measures only apply to those persons without a right of abode, or right to reside permanently in the Cayman Islands. And of course, Mr. Speaker, some will say that those persons are, of course, free to practice their religion in their country of origin. Mr. Speaker, it is accepted by the government that these amendments introduce a difference in treatment between Caymanians and permanent residents on the one hand, and persons with other types of immigration status on the other hand. But, Mr. Speaker, the government does not accept that such a difference in treatment amounts to unlawful discrimination in contravention of Section 16 of the Bill of Rights. Mr. Speaker, discrimination means treating persons in analogous situations or relatively similar situations differently, and that you do so without an objective and reasonable justification. Quite simply, sir, those who have a right of abode in the Cayman Islands on the strength of their Caymanian status or a right of permanent residence are in a different position from those whose ability to remain in the island is contingent on the grant of permission to remain following the making of an application. You're not comparing apples with apples, Mr. Speaker. Not comparing apples with apples, Mr. Speaker. And so we are of the view, Mr. Speaker, that Section 16 of the Bill of Rights will not be engaged in these situations, will not be triggered, because there is no issue of discrimination. And Mr. Speaker, there is some argument or discussion about the large category, a number of categories covered by these amendments. But Mr. Speaker, the wider the net in law, as we know, the wider the net in law, is it less likely there will be a successful challenge for discrimination. If you take out a narrow category, just one or two groups, the more likely it is, the more vulnerable the government would be when it comes on to discrimination. But if it is cast as widely as possible among persons who enjoy similar status, immigration status, then the less likely and the successful challenge would be on the grounds of discrimination. So, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, all of this is, and what we have read and heard and seen so far, probably some people say legal conjecture, because at the end of the day, whatever we do here, whatever is said, whatever is written, and I am not in any way, I'm not in the least dismissing any of these things that have been written, presented, and argued, and ventilated. They're all very useful discussions, and certainly welcome them. But the only time we're going to know whether any of this makes sense, Mr. Speaker, is when the court finally says, we have looked at all of this, we have taken into account all that is happening on the ground, and we find that the legislators, the executive and the legislature, are the persons who are best placed to make public health decisions in the time when there is a worldwide pandemic and the Cayman Islands is in the middle of it. We have a very transient population. And some of the measures that we are putting in place here are aimed at some of our more transient residents. And therefore, the question will be whether what the government is doing is so outrageous, is so absurd, is so totally devoid of logic that a court would say it is totally untenable. Mr. Speaker, we are not persuaded that a court will be prepared to go that far, but of course we don't know, but we can be reasonably confident that whatever is being done here is likely, Mr. Speaker, to withstand legal scrutiny. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Last call. The Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, well, it's been a while since I had a good debate. And though I may not be starting my debate with the fairy tale telling stories like some other members of this parliament, I want to get straight down to the realities of life. Mr. Speaker, I intend to take some time. So at any point in time you feel to shut it down until tomorrow, I'm open to that thought.
Seriously?
Very serious, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I firstly want to say to the many persons who came here today to stand up for their voice to be heard, to say that I understand and respect their right to be heard and stand for the right for them to, I guess I don't want to use the word protest, but I can't find any other word, but to show their position to the elected members of this House. Though demonstrate, thank you, Madam Minister. Though I may not agree with their position, I do stand firm to stand in their right to demonstrate how they feel, and I respect it. I want to say thank you to the police officers of the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service for taking care of them outside, making sure that they had water, Gatorade, and to make sure that everything went peacefully, because that's what democracy is all about. Mr. Speaker, this topic is a very sensitive one. As you've heard from the many members highlighting many different positions of experiences with constituents or residents of the Cayman Islands, and as you heard from the elected member from Red Bay, outlining the people that may be affected by these changes. Mr. Speaker, I had an opportunity during the break to go into the wilderness, so to speak, or into the jungle of the discussion, to go see and speak to some of the demonstrators for lunch. And I am sympathetic to their concerns. I had a lady who was really, really scared about what she perceived this bill was going to mean, so much so that she was crying. And though she was not Caymanian born, she was one of our people in our community. We've always been a very welcoming society, so much so some people say it's to our detriment. But we always try to keep the equal balance of inclusion, but at the same time protecting the people that we are elected to protect. Mr. Speaker, I'm really concerned about what I saw transpired here by some of the elected members and their grandstanding, using the emotive elements of what they know this bill does not do, to try to garner some attention from those who they know are listening, to fuel the fire of division. It's something that this administration sat and talked about, that we were concerned about. We did not want to make this be perceived as them and us. We were hoping that this debate would have been one that would have had a lot of mature approaches to it, particularly from those on the opposite side of this aisle. But then we had some Grammy Award-winning storytelling about fairy tales and Alice in Wonderland. And then we had some flip-flopping by the opposition leader and by the elected member from Red Bay. Because you see, Mr. Speaker, I'm a bit confused about what their position is, and if they are taking a position just by on what is hot at the time politically. Last week they said, or a couple months ago, well, a month and a half ago, they said the first case that came out recently, shut it all down. 14 days quarantine, so Caymanians can't go anywhere. They blamed us for the cause of COVID, but then accept that COVID is going to be here eventually. I heard the elected member from Red Bay say, back and forth about whether it should be 5 days, 10 days, or 14 days, you're still going to have COVID. So what is he saying? Are we supposed to have no quarantine at all? I hear him criticizing the government about not having a plan. But yet still we are here trying to get this country to the safest point possible so when we do open, that we are safe. And they criticize that as well. Mr. Speaker, I've been on that side, and I know that you poke holes in any little spot you see is available. But I am so glad that the Attorney General stood up and clarified some facts about the reality of what this bill is trying to do. Forgive me, Mr. Speaker. My apologies, I think I misquoted the individual who I was referring to, but I was referring to the Honorable Attorney General Sam Bulgin, QC, not CQ. And he laid a good foundation of realities as to the protections that we are facing and what we are trying to put forward. But the sad part about this discussion, Mr. Speaker, is the challenge that is being put forward is opening doors that I hoped not had to be opened. Particularly when those who oppose us in this honorable House are well aware of what the Human Rights Commission had to say just, what is that? October, September, August, July, June, 5 months ago. Human Rights Commission gave their support to the government's position on doing whatever it takes to keep this country safe and recognizing the difficulty of balancing our human rights. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know that the Honorable Attorney General quite well outlined the constitutional authority upon which these laws are being proposed. But I found it interesting in respect to most of the areas that the elected member from Red Bay referred to in that judgment from a group of people that he wasn't listening to when the bill about same-sex partnerships was being discussed. Didn't want to listen to him then, but he's listening to him now. And so much so went through the long, lengthy legal opinion, and you heard the Honorable Attorney General destroy that to pieces a minute ago. But I found it interesting, Mr. Speaker, that they rely on it now when they totally ignored this group, when they were talking about another sensitive matter. But like the Attorney General has said, whichever lawyer, choose one lawyer today, get one opinion, choose another lawyer tomorrow, you get another one. I want to highlight something in respect to what the Human Rights Commission said and how the Constitution is laid out, Mr. Speaker. It said in the article that the Honorable Deputy Premier highlighted earlier in his debate, a statement on June the 3rd of 2021, and I think he read it to the Hansards already, but it says at the very end of the second to last paragraph, human rights is a balancing act and balancing the right of individuals. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have a number of rights in the Constitution, and it is difficult when one right jumps over the other. But one of the interesting things that I found as I was going through the Constitution to find out what my argument was going to be was that in every one of them, private and family life position, in respect to movement, in respect to non-discrimination, as per used in the legal opinion that the Honorable member from Red Bay referred to, in each and every one of them, the first part of their position refers to the interest and defense of public safety, public order, public morality, and public health. And then they go into other things. So for example, I'm going to highlight what I mean so the audience that is listening can understand my viewpoint. So let's get into private and family life. It goes, the government shall respect every person's private and family life, his or her home, and his or her correspondence, except with his or her own consent or permission under subsection 3, no person shall be subjected to the search of his or her person or his or her property or entry of property of persons on his or her premises. And 3, nothing in this law or done under this authority shall be held in contravene the section to the extent that it is reasonably justifiable in a democratic society. In the interest of defense, public safety, public order, public morality, and public health, town and country, and development of the utilization of any other person's property for such manner as promoted for public benefit. Now that's the first part of section 3. Then it goes on to 1, 2, 3, 4 other sections. B says, for the purposes of protecting the rights and freedoms of others. Now, Mr. Speaker, I read that out because of the order of things. Because even if this is legally challenged, our courts will have to start to decipher which right is more important than the other. And Mr. Speaker, I believe in every one of these areas of concern that we hear many people are highlighting, every single time the first concern is the interest of defense, public safety, public order, public morality, and public health. And then it goes on to the other rights. Now, obviously, when the drafters of this Constitution was laying this out, there got to be a reason why they put that one first every single time. And what my point is, Mr. Speaker, is as the Human Rights Commission has highlighted, it's a balancing act, and somebody, if it's challenged, I suggest that they shouldn't go that far, because I believe the Attorney General pointed out quite clearly from an international perspective that our courts would find in favor that we are doing what is legally right under our Constitution. But if they choose to, so be it. But I believe after the courts have deciphered this Constitution, they will see that in every part of it, public safety and public health becomes the top priority over any other right. So let me get off of that case now about the constitutional stuff, because I think that was, they're going to get into the area of repetition. But Mr. Speaker, I don't understand how the opposition, I guess it's like my good friend, the Deputy Premier, says, it's funny the difference a year makes, because their position was quite strong. They asked the question, why are we doing this? The answer is quite simple, Mr. Speaker. We're trying to protect the country. No secrets. If you got 10 people vaccinated, and they admit themselves that the science says the more people vaccinated, the less chance of people getting sick. Common sense stuff. Common sense stuff. So if we get 20 people vaccinated, then we are more protected. Common sense stuff. And we're trying to achieve that. That's all we're trying to do. And they're confident. They admit that the vaccines work. Here's a statement from the Honorable former Premier. Mr. Speaker, I will say I will be one of the first in line to take the vaccine, to lead by example, and to demonstrate my confidence in the safety of the vaccine. But yet still, he sits here and plays the fool in respect to trying to undermine the credibility. So we don't know, it's unknown. Of course nobody knows. This is a pandemic. This is the first time we've ever had to deal with COVID. But like he rightfully said, Mr. Speaker, governments of the day needs to make the decisions at the time of the circumstances. And at this particular time, the same people who advised that government is advising us in respect to this. Mr. Speaker, I had my able team go through how many countries at the moment are currently in the process of mandating vaccinations in their country. Let me see if I can find a document here. This is what happens when you're not prepared. I thought I wouldn't have to get up, but the former Premier called me out, the Honorable Minister of Tourism. I say, if he called my name, Kenneth, you gotta get him, you know. I can't find that long list. Oh, here we go. So, Italy is mandating it in their country. United States, as we all know, Australia, Great Britain, Canada, Fiji, France, Greece, Hungary, Indonesia. I don't even know how to pronounce this one. Kazakhstan? You know the one I'm talking about. Lebanon, Malta, Netherlands, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Sri Lanka, Switzerland, Turkey. And I'm not even going to bother to go on. My point is, Mr. Speaker, this is not something that is new only to this country. Everybody recognizes the importance of vaccination. We're talking about human life. Human life. And the disappointing, more disappointing point about this, Mr. Speaker, is they're supporting an argument that can open up another door in respect to this freedom to choose. Trust me, I get that point. But they themselves know that they're taking a political argument rather than a sensible argument in this situation, because they would do the same thing. Mr. Speaker, you know what I got a text today from? Somebody said, well, if it's freedom of choice, then I want the freedom to have an abortion too. See what it started? See what it started? Of course, we give leverage or latitude as much as possible in respect to our rights in our Constitution. But the member from Red Bay was one of the main drafters of this. I wonder if he recognized what he's opening up. Because when the argument starts to come about that, I wonder what the position is going to be then. Or should we say we give in to the argument in respect to choice when it comes to the safety and the lives of our people? Because just the argument of freedom of choice, I get it. We're giving you a choice. Matter of fact, there's four different vaccines you can choose from. The Attorney General highlighted that we're not going to take you down to the shop and tie you up and inject you, as the opposition has been trying to allude to. That would be illegal. We're saying your choices are this country and its leaders have decided that this is the best evidence available to us to keep us protected. I ask you to stay here with this family and do the right thing to help us be protected. That's what we're asking you to do. But if you choose not to be in line with our vision to protect our people, then maybe the Cayman is not the place. Not that we don't want you here. Nobody can say the Caymanians are not giving. Matter of fact, sometimes we give too much. That's why we're in this position today. You hear the Honorable former Premier say, oh, they get points for buying up land. Give the example to work permit holders. Well, you know the first thing they got to buy is get land. You got to get the land because that's where you get the most points for when you go and apply for your PR. While Cayman Islands can't buy one piece. Because the land prices are past the moon, not past the clouds, past the moon, Mr. Speaker. How much more freedoms can we possibly give up as a people? But we should be shunned upon because we believe that this is the right thing to do to protect our people. And we must feel bad when we come into our parliament that we're taking away the choice, when you rightfully know, let me rephrase, let me look it up, that our Constitution, when you came to the Cayman Islands, the Constitution told you that we have the right under law to discriminate when it comes to immigration matters. We're not discriminating you on anything else. We're not saying that you're a bad person because you're one person or the other. We're saying if you want to work, we can dictate what the requirements are if you want to work in this country. It's quite clear. Give me a second, Mr. Speaker. Section 16(3)(b). No law or decision of any public office shall contravene this section if it has objective and reasonable justification and is reasonable proportionate to its aims and its interests of defense, public safety, public order, public morality, and public health. And 3.4 says, subsection 1 shall not apply to any other law so far as the law makes provisions for, and I'm going to specifically talk about B, with respect to entry into or exclusion from or the employment engaging in any business or profession, movement, residence within the Cayman Islands of persons who are not Caymanian. It's on page 23 of our Constitution. How dare they say that we're not constitutionally correct in our position? Are they saying, as a matter of fact, is the former person who helped draft this saying that he made a mistake? Because he's saying that this law that he helped create doesn't give us the power to say people who come here what requirement they have to make. Did he fail when he was helping draft this? Mr. Speaker, you know what is even more upsetting? When I have some new colleagues who've just started their political career and want to do the right thing. And they're doing the right thing to talk to their constituents and hear all the concerns, and they're trying their best to balance all sides, and being a leader is no easy task. We have to make hard decisions in this parliament, particularly when you're in the government side. The opposition members know that because they've been here before. But they're very tactical in their efforts, having people write your letters and talk to this one and talk to that one and pressure. But I wonder if the 78%, which includes, how much that comes up to? 55,000, I believe. The 55,000 people, let's take away 10% who say they regret it. Or let's take away 5,000 people from that. I wonder if the other 50,000 people agree with the opposition's position not to move forward with this. Matter of fact, I think this is a good time, Mr. Speaker, to read an email, because you see, they talk about public consultation as if to say that this government and this side haven't talked to their people. I'll give you a little example of one email I got just at, what time was that? 6:25 tonight. It says, good day, Mr. Bryant. Good day, Mr. Kenneth. I'm one of your constituents from Georgetown Central. I was going to reach out to you on the other topics as well, but since this one is being debated in Parliament today, I'm reaching out to you on this. I support the COVID vaccine mandate for work permit holders. Quite frankly, I would support it for general population, but I understand that is not politically viable. Anyone who's coming into our country should be vaccinated, and it is a standard practice for people to be vaccinated for various diseases when immigrating to various countries. As far as I know, the other countries, including the US, now require COVID vaccine for immigration, and I hope Cayman will follow suit soon. That reminded me, Mr. Speaker, and that's one of my constituents. That reminded Mr. Speaker, I went to Africa with my Madam Minister for Education. You were there too, Mr. Speaker, weren't you? Yeah. You remember all the shots we had to take? Yeah. Plenty. But I couldn't tell Africa, how dare you impede on my rights when people are dying of malaria? I wonder if this position of to choose, and if we give in to that position, whether we should stop our children that go to primary school and high school should not be taking the vaccines for measles and mumps. As a matter of fact, let me highlight the ones that we're currently taking at the moment. Forgive me, Mr. Speaker. Like the Honorable former Premier says, there's so much stuff all over the place, you don't know which one to go at. Aha. Found it, Mr. Speaker. Polio, measles, mumps, hepatitis B, varicella, chickenpox. And some other ones, I'm not even going to bother. I'm not no doctor, so I'm not even going to bother to try to pronounce them because I'll make myself look silly. But these are all mandatory for children in grade school, preschool, and daycare. So, if we agree with the opposition's position to say we shouldn't mandate that, then do we then say, okay, let's do away with all of these vaccinations as well and let our schools run free with polio, hepatitis B, measles, mumps, chickenpox? Because the freedom to choose? Matter of fact, I was reliably informed that education 20-day mandates it for these things to be done. Are we going to repeal that law? Is that what we're saying? Is that what the opposition is agreeing to? If the opposition wants to say they want to take away all vaccinations from the country and allow the country to run wild with viruses everywhere, maybe they should just say that. Because that's what they're going to allude to. Is there a smaller, matter of fact, the question I asked my colleague earlier in the lunchroom, I said, I wonder if of the, let's use their figure, 65,000 people, if they say the numbers are 50-50 in respect to Caymanians and non-Caymanians. So let's say just 30,000 Caymanians. What if 30,000 Caymanians got vaccinated and all the other work permit holders, RERCs, permanent residents all said, nope, we ain't getting vaccinated. And then we only get 40% of the vaccination rate. Would we be arguing about it now? Because the argument, the basis of the opposition's position is that we're almost there, so therefore we shouldn't try to get any more. We shouldn't try to aspire to 100%. That's what they're saying. I see Israel did 80%, and they're in a mess. Like the Honorable Deputy Premier has said, nobody has done this 100% before without failure. So if you want to do something different, you're going to have different results. You're going to have to do something different. That means that we want to get way past 80%. That's why we put the pressure on ourselves to say, not 80% of those who are eligible, 80% of everybody. And just like many of them have said, we're not going to get there. We're at 78% of those who are for the first dose. And we believe we're going to get more too. I get it in respect to concerns about it, because the way of social media today, and media period, you don't know who to trust. You know how many times I call the Premier and say, boy, Premier, you better look at this article. He said, Kenneth, geez, how many more articles you want me to look at? And I called the health minister. I said, Minister, you seen this article? Yeah, I saw that one already. We spoke about that one already. And the elected member from West Bay West, boy, she can keep you on your toes, because she makes sure she researches everything. And she brings everything for all of us to think about. West Bay Central. What did I say? My apologies. Not West Bay West. The Honorable Deputy Speaker, Mr. Speaker. So by no means have we not thought this through. It's disappointing that the Honorable Honorable Opposition Leader has said that the government will not support this. Are they saying that they do not support protecting Caymanians from COVID-19? Because that's what we're trying to do. That's what this government is trying to do. Is that what they're saying? Now, Mr. Speaker, we have pretty much 4 or 5 categories. You got Caymanians, RERC, permanent residents, and work permit holders. 4 categories we talked about today. And if I heard correctly, Mr. Speaker, from 2 of the opposition members, they would support work permit holders only. But yet still the case, the legal opinion that they read from, saying that if you only did 1 category, that's discriminatory. So which one is it they want? They're saying that if you only use one, it's discriminatory, but they support that just for one category. This is the work permit holders only. So they're agreeing themselves that they would agree to something that they're saying will be challenged in the court. But Mr. Speaker, like the Deputy Premier had said, if the work permit holder is a visitor, are we then going to say, well, we can't ask them to be vaccinated? Well, the next thing is, we can't ask the tourists to be vaccinated either. And at one stage, I almost thought I heard them saying that when people come here, we don't want them in quarantine and we don't want them vaccinated. But yet still they blame us for bringing the vaccine, the quarantine down to 5 days, and say that we the ones that brought COVID back into the country. That's what they ended on, Mr. Speaker. So I wonder if the government has thought about the economic benefits or dangers of not doing this. The opposition. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you something. Every company that has employees who are unvaccinated, their insurance rates are going to go through the roof. You know what that means? Less money that's going to come out of your pocket from your salary. That's what it's going to mean for Caymanians. Did they think about that? No, they didn't think about that. Because they come here with their fairy tale talking about Alice in the Wonderland and rabbit holes. Mr. Speaker, I wonder how the opposition will support the reopening. Or do they want us to reopen at a lesser value of vaccinated persons? I bet you when we put forward a reopening plan, they're going to complain about that too. But I know the role of opposition, you know. I think I played it fairly well. I think so. Over here now. When some of them said during the campaign, if I ever get elected, all I'll be doing is sitting in opposition bawling, crying, making up noise. Well, I'm making noise now, Mr. Speaker. And I think what they have done today is embarrassing, because they've created an environment that don't think that after we pass this bill, it's going to stop here. It's not going to stop. and they're supporting what they know that they would do themselves if they were in this same position. Now, you think I feel good knowing that some people may, because of the heart and feel about how they feel about vaccinations, may choose to leave our wonderful island? We're not that kind of people, but we have to make a decision to protect our foundation. Hold on. Here's what they're saying, Mr. Speaker. Here's what the opposition is saying. Because somebody came here and started living here for 1 year, the government, and they came here with the expectation of the old scenario before mandating COVID vaccinations. Before that, because they have now invested here, government can't change nothing. We can't, oh, God forbid we upset anything for them. We can't change no policies. They came here with the notion that that wouldn't be a matter. Yeah. But so what we must do, not change anything. If we see something that is wrong in our country, oh, I didn't expect that here in the Cayman Islands when I moved here. I bought a house. It's $100,000, $10 million. Your government is terrible. So we must stay stagnant and can't protect our people because of that. Mr. Speaker, I noticed that the elected member from Red Bay, because he was the main speaker, we all know he's the strongest one over there. That's why everybody says the real premier over that side. Or the real leader of opposition, as they say. I know my cousin don't like that, but I'll lead that one alone because I love him. You see, Mr. Speaker, let me pull it back a little bit and get back to the more important things, because I know that I wasn't really planning to speak, you know, because I believe that the DP did a confident delivery in respect to dealing with this, and I know he's going to come back quite strong sooner or later, whether it's tonight or tomorrow. But and when he responds, he'll deal with that. And you know the disappointing thing, and then they try to make it political about the Jamaicans. Seriously, Mr. Speaker? We're talking about a healthcare crisis, and they try to allude against the standing orders to insinuate that we're trying to go after the Jamaicans. How petty can you get? When does the campaign stop? Come on, man. Mr. Speaker, my job as the Minister for Tourism is to do everything I possibly can to promote ways to get this industry back up and going. It's a second pillar of two pillars that hold this country's economy up. Why I'm confident, not only because I believe in the science of the evidence that's been presented to us and the probabilities, because nothing is 100%, but I believe what I've heard. And I know that this is the best way forward. And my job is to promote and support things that will help get our economy open, so that the tourism industry can get back on their feet. They talk about the Caymanians who don't got no money and about increasing it to the stipend to $2,500, but yet still they're not here to support us in respect to doing something that will allow us to open safely so our tourism product can get back off the ground. So we don't try to do anything to increase the numbers and keep it locked up now. Keep it locked up, increase the spending to help Caymanians, because they deserve the help. I agree with you on that. But spend. Don't open the economy and then carry the future into debt, so our grandchildren can pay for it. And the worst part about it, Mr. Speaker, is because I know they know better. You don't spend 30 years in this parliament and don't know better than that. But you know what they're choosing to do? Politics. About your rabbit hole in fairy tales. Yeah, Bonami. Alice Bonami, yeah. But you know, Mr. Speaker, I remember once a member said to me in this floor of this house, he says, the infamous fence rider from Georgetown Central. Funny. He called me the infamous fence rider. That means I on either side, flip-flopping. But boy, how a year changes things, eh? Oh, how a year changes things. Because here's the problem, Mr. Speaker. They're trying to satisfy those who don't want to open, but yet they got the other problem is with their friends with businesses who say we need to open the economy. And they stuck. One statement they say they're over here. The next statement they stay over here. Well, we believe that we want to open, but we want to do it safely. And everything this administration has done so far is to do that. We wanted to open on October 14th. But we promised that we would pause whenever necessary, and that's what we have done. And what we're trying to do now is implement things that we can be more confident in so we can announce a date. So the business community can kick off again and we can do it safely. Yes, the members are correct about the fact that the vaccine is working. Thank God, we do have a lot of cases. I see that we had 52 cases today, 14 from travelers and 20 or 38 from local transmission. But the good news is, Mr. Speaker, there's nobody in the hospital. Isn't that enough of an incentive for us to push for more people to be vaccinated? What are we trying to do? That's the question they ask. What we are trying to do, Mr. Speaker, is to protect our people from dying. If I had a crystal ball and I knew how it all going to end, then I'll come and give you the perfect plan. But we don't. We have to make the decisions with the advice that is available to us. But don't give them an MBE. What is it? What doctor? An MBE and say how great they were, and when they advise us to do certain things, then you criticize us for it. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Mr. Speaker, I'd rather have this 4 years and less of this. I want to come here with positive things, but I refuse to make them make a mockery of my people by telling them foolishness. They sit here and they play politics, and they know we have a serious problem on our hands. We're going into debt every day, every single day, trying to deal and manage with the COVID situation. And when we try to make a step forward, they're trying to plan for a step to put us 2 feet back. And then they say, oh, if the government succeeds, then we succeed as Cayman. You don't want us to succeed because you want the government. And we know it, and everybody outside here knows it too. You want us to fail. You want us to be divided. You were hoping on that. Mr. Speaker, I beg them to stop playing the games. You know what you want to do? If you have a concern, my Honorable Premier's number is available and it will take calls from any one of them any day of the week. If you had concerns about it, you could have reached out to him, and I know the Honorable Premier would have sat with you and said, let's talk about it. Stop playing the political games. We're in serious times. Serious times. People's lives are at risk. People's livelihoods are at risk. People's mental capacity is at risk, because the decisions we make inside here will change all of those things I've just said. Every single one of them. If we don't know this right, we can't open. People can't travel. They feel they're locked up. The businesses can't make money, and then people still at risk. What are we trying to do? What your goal is? Because I know what our goal is. Our goal is to get our economy back up and going safely. Pretty simple. Not hard. Please stop putting things in our way. If you want to give contribution, give good contribution. I get the Oscar yet? But let me tell you something. There's none of fairy tales that I'm talking about. I don't need to talk about fairy tales. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to wrap it up now by saying this administration, every single member, takes this very seriously. I know that there's a lot of people out there who are genuinely in their heart concerned. I want to make it clear, this administration and elected members do not mandate this on Caymanians. We will not mandate it on Caymanian persons who are married to Caymanians. It also, a very key point to highlight, and I know the Honorable Deputy Premier will emphasize on it. And Mr. Speaker, that point is, I can go from my memory. The point is that the truth is, if you are a permanent resident right now, you know what the elected member from Red Bay did? He said, and the Hansards clearly says it, if this bill passes, you have to go get vaccinated. That's an outright lie. If he read the bill, he would know better. It only says
Mr.
when
Speaker,
you read...
Mr. Speaker, I've listened patiently, but you shouldn't use words like lies in a House. It's unparliamentary. But I absolutely never, ever said that. I said you get vaccinated or you go along. I said that must be 24 times. So Samuel Jackson can calm down now.
Mr. Speaker, I'll accept the elected member from Red Bay and I withdraw my statement. I don't want to call him a liar because he's not a liar. But what I'm saying is what he said to this Honorable House was untrue. Now, if we want to go to the Hansards, we can do that. We waste a lot of time tonight, but we can do that. My point is, Mr. Speaker, is that he was suggesting that once this bill passed and you have permanent residency, you automatically have to go get vaccinated right away. That's not what the bill says. You want to deal with that for him? All right, Mr. Speaker, the truth is, if you're a permanent resident, as long as you're not going to change your application from one thing to the other, there's no requirement for you to be vaccinated. So it would not affect you. Even as a permanent resident, when you apply to become Caymanian and you apply for your status, you won't be asked to be vaccinated then either. Now, I know that the Premier highlighted a lot of rich people that this may affect. But is he saying, though, because it's going to affect a certain caliber of people in our society, that we must not protect our people's health? Talking about the investment, about the fact of how much $1 million they invested, therefore we should not protect our children from a deadly virus. That's what he basically is saying. Oh, he spent $100 million here. Granted, I'm glad you invested in our country. We thank you. But you can't be mad at us for trying to protect our children, man. But those are the references he made. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to get too much further into the details specifically as to how each member, each category that he highlighted will be affected. But I can tell you this, Mr. Speaker, those who are currently in any of those categories will not have to go get vaccinated after we pass this bill until or if they go in for a new application. Unless they change their current status where they have to do a new application altogether. And I think the Attorney General highlighted that. So this notion that these people are going to be forced to go down and get vaccinated and have to go along, and that in itself is unparliamentary because that's not what the DP said. You see what he's doing? He's trying to create this narrative that this government is saying people are going to get out of this country. That's what he tried to sell, you know. That's what he did as the former premier of this country. And that's not what we're selling over here. How many times he said go along? At least about 7 times. But my deputy premier had said, what he's saying is they must go along from you. And never once yet he said it. I'm surprised he never stood up on a point of order, because if it were me, I would. You see what they're creating for politics? When we're simply trying to protect our people from a deadly virus. We understand people have their concerns about it. We understand that people are looking at other evidence to saying, is there other ways? Will there be new evidence in 6 months? Maybe. But right now, today, the evidence is telling us that vaccinations is the best way to protect. And though we respect the Caymanian people's rights as per the Constitution. We will not mandate it on them. We have the authority under the Constitution for anybody who wants employment in this country to do it the way we do it and what we think is best for our people. So don't be mad at us for that. Next thing you know, they'll tell us, oh, it's wrong for us to pray on Sunday. That where you're going to be next? You know, the premier said to me, boy, if we lose this battle, we're giving in to a lot of other things. And I 100% agree with him. I wasn't fully there until I hear the opposition with their position. Because the strengthening of that thought process that you can dictate to the people of this country through their constitutional document which they put in place, they agreed to the power of protection of employment. I bet you when we come back here and say, boy, we need to protect more jobs for Caymanians, they're going to start screaming about that too. Yeah, well, I tell you, Mr. Speaker, in all due respect, there's a new government. The people chose a new government. And yes, we haven't done it perfect in 6 months. A lot of new members in a short period of time under very difficult circumstances. They know that locking things down is quite easy. They have no idea about opening up. By all means, I'm not saying it was an easy task. But let's be right, let's be honest now. It's going to be a lot more riskier and a lot more difficult to open this country up safely.
They want to vaccinate people to not be quarantined.
Let's admit to that. And rather than saying, you know what, let me assist, you pick and you pick and you pick what you want best for this country. Up to now, I haven't heard you suggested an option. Up to now, not one solution. I know that their job is to create problems. I used to do it. And you know what he used to tell me? You're not going to solution, so I'm doing it right back. Well, I took my licks for 4 years. You have 4 years to go too. Right? But at the very least, you know what the former opposition did? When it came to this topic, we didn't play politics. We never did. Mr. Speaker, our job is to take care of people's lives and their livelihoods. And in both cases, this bill will help us to do that. For those who may be impacted in some way, shape, or form, I do apologize from the bottom of my heart. But my job as an elected member of parliament is to protect my people, and with the information and advice presented to me and my government, we feel that this is the best way to do it, not because we're picking on you. So I hope and pray that this doesn't affect you too much in your life. I hope that maybe your advice and evidence, or me even talk to your doctor about being exempt because of your health, if that's the consideration, for you can stay here with us and build this country called Cayman. But do not, because it's not fair to say that we're not allowed to protect our people, because nobody inside here doing this out of malice. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the honor to speak tonight, and that's my contribution.
Does any other member wish to speak? It is. The honorable member for West Bay Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to add my brief comments to the Immigration Transition Bill and the matter of imposing a requirement for all new or renewing work permit holders in the Cayman Islands to be vaccinated. A lot has been said already today by persons on both sides of the floor, and I want to put on record this evening why I have chosen to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, I've heard and appreciate the concerns of the persons who felt that the initial draft of the bill encroached on their rights or the rights of their family members and loved ones. Many of my constituents reached out to me with their concerns, and as a result, we have made committee stage amendments which reflect the government's willingness to listen to the people who selected us to represent them. The intent of this bill is to protect the health of the people of the Cayman Islands and the individuals who have chosen to commit to our 3 islands as their home, whether they are vaccinated or unvaccinated. If we look around the world, we see many ICU wards filled, and in some cases, ethics committees having to be formed in order to determine who will fill those beds. Presently, we don't have an ethics committee here in Cayman, and I would hope and pray to the good Lord that we never need to. Mr. Speaker, it is debatable on whether or not those persons being hospitalized on ventilators and subsequently succumbing to COVID are vaccinated or unvaccinated. Right now, we all, as leaders and the community, wait daily to see the updates, and we look at the dashboard to see what our local stats look like. Sadly, this won't become real to some until we see the dashboard hospitalization numbers increasing. And if following the science, and if the science is correct, this is inevitable for us here in Cayman. We, the government, are not forcing Caymanians to take the vaccine. We are not suggesting that Caymanians have to be vaccinated to remain in our own country. I will never stand for that. I believe that many of the unvaccinated are unwilling at this stage because they are waiting for alternative options to be approved. And some are doing further research, or some simply just don't prescribe to these treatments, and that is their choice, and it should be respected. Mr. Speaker, the basis in which I support this bill is that we are saying that any guest worker who wants to renew a work permit or come to the Cayman Islands for the first time must be willing to be vaccinated. Guest workers have a choice as whether to work here or not. Guest students, although this isn't covered in this bill, that's in the other, so I'll pass that. Caymanians and permanent residents have a choice to take the vaccine or not, and it's our job to ensure that we take measures to ensure that the unvaccinated and vaccinated have the benefit of living with COVID safely. It would be irresponsible for us to ignore the advice about the benefits of an 80% vaccination population, ignore the size of our transient workforce, and prepare to reopen our borders without requiring transient workers to be vaccinated. My concern, Mr. Speaker, is the division that we will face. May the good Lord forbid, should we as leaders have to start having conversations about setting up an ethics committee. Imagine the division that will be caused in our very small and close-knit community if we get to a point where we exhaust our healthcare resources and have to work on a process of elimination. Who will be turned away from obtaining healthcare? I certainly do not even want to imagine what that would look like if we have to start taking those measures. Certainly, Mr. Speaker, that is what I would call a grave division. And this bill is a layer of protection to prevent that. The challenge before us today is to balance, on one hand, our responsibility to protect the health of the people of the Cayman Islands, with, on the other hand, balance our responsibility to protect the freedoms and choices of the citizens of this country. These are uncharted waters, and we are relying on the advice given to us by the medical, scientific, and operational experts who consistently recommend maintaining an 80% vaccination rate across the entire population. There are no easy answers, and it is easy to criticize and politicize this issue. As we move to vote on this bill, I offer my undertaking that the government is erring on the side of protecting our people, not risking our people's hard-earned health, and that is both the vaccinated and the unvaccinated. On the matter of protecting public health during these COVID-19 times, there are no easy answers. To quote the Prime Minister of New Zealand, whose leadership skills I strive to emulate, Ms. Jacinda Ardern, she speaks of the pandemic by saying, and I quote, "The worst case scenario is simply intolerable. It would represent the greatest loss of lives in our country's history. I will not take that chance," end quote. Mr. Speaker, I will not take that chance either. What is right is to find a dynamic balance between protecting the health of the people of the Cayman Islands in the face of one of the deadliest pandemics, and what is right in the face of personal choices and freedoms. And on that basis, I will support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I'll call. It's really getting too late to play them kind of games sitting down. I recognize the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was sure to rise before you got to the second calling, as I know you don't like those games. No, I did stand. Mr. Speaker, it is late in the evening, and I also did not think about or intend to speak this evening, but I am a bit concerned by some of the things I heard being uttered by the government. Mr. Speaker, I will not get into the aspects of, or the pros and cons or challenges that this bill may face from the courts as being discriminatory, as I believe that both sides have ventilated that aspect, that area of debate quite thoroughly. What I am concerned about, Mr. Speaker, is this ongoing campaign of how mandating vaccines for work permit holders and other categories will preserve the lives of Caymanians. This is a dangerous campaign. This is a dangerous campaign because we can, or we will, if we keep saying that, create complacency amongst our people, in particular, our unvaccinated Caymanians. Let's look at what we know, Mr. Speaker. We had an outbreak a few weeks ago. As a country, we were not ready for it. Many of us, including myself, still struggle with remembering to wear my mask and to sanitize my hands, etc. We know that our high vaccine rate at this point is working. We heard the numbers that were announced today, 52 cases over the weekend, 36 unvaccinated. We have to believe that that would be quite a number of the students from the primary schools who are not able to be vaccinated due to age. 16 vaccinated, which is about 30%, I think, of the total numbers. 38 community transfers, 14 travelers on exit tests. They have done their quarantine, whether it's 5 or 14 days or 10 days, and they still tested positive. If this bill is what the government wants before they reopen the borders. Then let's have a look at what the rest of the world is doing. I do have, Mr. Speaker, the long list that my cousin from Georgetown Central, Minister of Tourism, referred to. I do have a copy for you, Mr. Speaker, which I know he didn't provide you with one, but I have one for you. And I'm going to go through this list.
Are you referring to what?
It's the very same list that the Minister of Tourism referred to, yes.
But you're producing a written one?
Yes, sir. This is from the fact box, countries making COVID-19 vaccines mandatory, September 16, 2021, from Reuters. September 16, Reuters, a sharp upturn in infections due to the Delta variant and a slowdown in vaccinations have pushed governments to make COVID-19 shots mandatory for health workers and other high-risk groups or dining out. A growing number of countries are also making shots compulsory for public servants or travelers. In some of the strictest measures in the world, Italy will require a COVID health pass from all workers. Here are some of the country's vaccines mandates. My good friend and cousin from the Minister of Tourism said that this list were countries that were implementing mandatory vaccines, but he did not go into what those mandates were. Italy, the Italian government made it obligatory for all workers either to show proof of vaccination, a negative test, or recent recovery from infection. The new rules will come into force on October 15th. Any worker who fails to present a valid health certificate will be suspended without pay, but cannot be sacked, according to the draft of the decree seen by Reuters. While some European Union states have ordered their health workers to get vaccines, none have made the Green Pass mandatory for all employees, making Italy a test case for the continent. United States, President Joe Biden on September 10 announced policies requiring most federal employees to get COVID-19 vaccinations and pushing large employers to have their workers inoculated or tested weekly. The new measures would apply to about 2/3 of all U.S. employees, those who work for businesses with more than 100 workers. The White House confirmed on August 5th it is considering requiring foreign visitors to be vaccinated as it plans to eventually reopen international travel, but said it had made no final decision and was not immediately going to lift restrictions. Australia, Mr. Speaker. Australia decided in late June to make vaccinations mandatory for high-risk aged care workers and employees in quarantine hotels. In Tasmania, vaccines will be mandatory for aged care workers as of September 17, the Examiner reported on August 14th. Britain. It will be mandatory for care workers in England to have vaccinations from October. English nightclubs and other venues with large crowds will require patrons to present proof of full vaccination from the end of September. Britain is highly likely to require health workers to be vaccinated against COVID, Health Secretary Sajid Javid said on September 14th. Canada said on August 13th it would mandate COVID-19 vaccinations for federal public servants and transportation workers by the end of October. The vaccine mandates will also include air, train, and cruise ship travelers. From September 13th, vaccines are required for patrons of non-essential businesses such as restaurants and movie theaters. Fiji, a no jab, no job coronavirus policy went into effect in Fiji on August 15th. AFP reported, with unvaccinated public servants forced to go on leave. Those who remain unvaccinated by November will be dismissed. In addition, employees at private firms could face fines and companies could be forced to stop operations over vaccine refusals. France, all healthcare and care home workers, home aides, and urgent care technicians must have had at least their first shot of a COVID-19 vaccine by September 15. Hospitals, care homes, and health centers have suspended around 3,000 workers across France for failing to comply with mandatory COVID vaccination, the government said on September 16.
Honorable member,
Yes,
are you intending to read
I am.
all of these countries?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr.
Because
Speaker.
most of them is the same, more or less the same thing.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that is my point. That is exactly my point. Perhaps I'll just read a few more.
You got
Maybe I'll
you
skip
got-
the
you got
ones that
15
my colleague had
more.
issues pronouncing the names.
You've
and-
got there's a lot more to read.
Greece, I'll do a couple more, Mr. Speaker, because you have picked up on my point exactly. Greece on July 12 made vaccinations mandatory for nursing home staff with immediate effect and healthcare workers from September. As a part of new measures, only vaccinated customers are allowed in bars, cinemas, theaters, and other closed spaces. Hungary's government has decided to make vaccinations mandatory for healthcare workers. Mr. Speaker, I know it's late, and I can appreciate that this does sound rather repetitive. And it goes on to list, in fact, let me be, after Hungary, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 more countries that all say similar things. We have 1 or 2 that have implemented mandatory vaccinations for all residents, one of them being Turkmenistan. No, you should have kept going. You had a few fun ones to read there. So the point I'm trying to make, Mr. Speaker, is that all of these countries have focused on health care and frontline workers. Mandating vaccines for work permit holders only is a false sense of security. Unless we're going to get rid of every Caymanian employee at HSA, every Caymanian employee at CBC, every Caymanian employee at the police, every Caymanian employee at the prison, every Caymanian employee that takes care of elderly people. Unless we are going to send them home, like many of these countries are doing, we are creating a false sense of security. Are we going to tag work permit holders to say that I am vaccinated, I have a work permit? You get your vaccine, you get your work permit, and you get to the airport, and the first person you meet is an unvaccinated CBC person, and you can still carry the virus with the vaccine, Mr. Speaker. You can transmit it to that unvaccinated Caymanian, Mr. Speaker. It is a false sense of security. Meanwhile, at the same time, we are discriminating against them. And if that case stands up in court, what recourse does the government have? Are we going to then repeal the law, or are we going to then make it mandatory for everyone so that it is no longer discriminatory? No, I'm asking you what you can do. If it is argued successfully in court, what will you do? Many Caymanians, I heard the Minister of Tourism mocking those with money that perhaps may have to leave. I want him to know that there were plenty of Caymanians out there today. Plenty of Caymanians out there. You know why? Because they believe that this bill is the next step to you mandating vaccines for them. And I'm so happy to hear several of you, not all of you, several of you go on record to say that you will not support that. I notice nobody else has taken possession of this law or getting up there and saying that either. We still have time, we have all week. What we need, sorry, no, I know DP wants to go to the BRAC, sorry. What we need is a clear-cut plan, Mr. Speaker. If it is all of this is a means to end for us to open the borders, we need a clear-cut plan. We need to figure out how to live safely with this wretched disease or virus. As I said earlier, we found out a few weeks ago we were not ready. I do see positive signs. I see positive movements in particular within the Ministry of Education towards proper preparedness and a clear-cut plan to deal with outbreaks. It's evolving, but at least we see it happening. Let's look at what the UK did. Because I guess that's who we are being. That's who we are being.
Honorable member, I'd like you to take note that a lot of this has been covered in many speeches. So I would ask you to try not to be repetitious in
I don't think sorry, I will, sir.
Well,
Mr. Speaker.
Repetitious means, honorable member, not just of yourself, but of the speeches of others. If the points are made, in other words, that's what they're saying in the orders, then try not to repeat the same things. Now, many speakers, when I said members speaking, find ways and means of introducing the same thing said a different way. I couldn't hold an argument with that, but this late at night, let's not repeat the same thing.
Would you, Mr. Speaker, then should we reconvene in the morning or on Wednesday? I mean, look, all of this I took out. As I said, I wasn't going to get into a lot of the areas which I believe were well ventilated today and well argued from both sides, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we are hoping that by mandating vaccines for work permit holders, that will give us a green light to reopen our economy. And God, you know, everybody are all praying for that, and we're all hoping and trying to figure out within ourselves what is the best way to do this safely. I have, Mr. Speaker, and I printed the entire document for you, but I'm not reading. I'm only going through a couple of pages, but I'll give you the document just in case you might want to have a look at it. This is actually the COVID-19 response Autumn and Winter Plan 2021, updated September 14th by the government of the United Kingdom. And I'm just going to read page 3 and 4 and then page 16. Mr. Speaker. In fact, you got 2 hours. Steadily over the course of this year, the whole United Kingdom, the UK, has seen life return closer to normal. Between March and July this year, the government's roadmap to England reopened the economy and lifted restrictions in 4 steps. Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland have also emerged from a lockdown in similar timetables. The country is learning to live with COVID-19, and the main line of defense is now vaccinations rather than lockdown. The test, trace, and isolate system is reducing the number of positive cases mixing in the community. Rules and regulations have mostly been replaced with advice and guidance on the practical steps people can take to help manage the risks for themselves and others. the spread of the more transmittable Delta variant in the spring drove rapid growth in COVID-19 cases in England, leading to a peak of 43,910 cases. That's the 7-day average. On July 16th, though incidents subsequently declined sharply to a low of 23,002 cases, the 7-day average, by the end of July. Cases have since been gently rising and are significantly higher than at this point last year. The return of students to schools and universities and workers to workplaces after the summer holiday is likely to put further upward pressure on case numbers. The latest data from Scotland suggests that, in addition to increased infections following the lifting of most restrictions, there has also been an impact from the return to schools and workplaces. Data continues to show the link between cases, hospitalizations, and deaths has weakened significantly since the start of the pandemic. In England, the number of deaths and hospital admissions due to COVID-19 has remained relatively stable over the last month, and although hospital admissions and deaths sadly increased at the beginning of the summer, they have remained far below the levels in either of the previous waves. This has been thanks to the success of the UK's vaccine program. As of 9 September, more than 92 million doses of the vaccine has been given across the UK. The vaccines are highly effective against the Delta variant, providing around 95% protection against severe disease. Latest Public Health England, PHE, estimates suggested that 143,600 hospitalizations up to the 22nd of August and 112,300 deaths and 24,702 infections had been prevented as a result of the vaccination program up to the 27th of August, 2021. The public's continued willingness to get vaccinated, to test and self-isolate if they have symptoms, and to follow behaviors and actions that mitigate all methods of transmissions has played a key role in lifting restrictions. Although rules vary slightly in England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland, the UK is now managing COVID-19 without most of the restrictions on lives and livelihoods that have had heavy economic, social, and health impacts. The reopening of closed settings and the removal of social distancing and all gathering limits has helped people to reconnect with their friends and family while supporting jobs and the country's economic recovery. In the second quarter of 2021, gross domestic product, the GDP, grew by 4.8%, leaving the level of GDP in June nearly 4 percentage points higher than the Office for Budget Responsibility had forecasted in March. Over autumn and winter, the government will aim to sustain the progress made and prepare the country for future challenges while ensuring the National Health Service, NHS, does not come under unsustainable pressure. The government plans to achieve this by building our defenses through pharmaceutical interventions, vaccines, antivirals, and disease-modifying therapeutics. B, identifying and isolating positive cases to limit transmission, test, trace, isolate. C, supporting the NHS and social care, managing pressures and recovering services. D, advising people on how to protect themselves and others, clear guidance and communications. E, pursuing an international approach to helping to vaccinate the world and managing risks at the borders. This is the government's Plan A, a comprehensive approach designed to steer the country through autumn and winter 2021-22. However, the last 18 months have shown the pandemic can change courses rapidly and unexpectedly, and it remains hard to predict with certainty what will happen. There are a number of variables, including levels of vaccination, the extent to which immunity wanes over time, how quickly and how widely social contact returns to pre-pandemic levels as schools returns and offices reopen, and whether a new variant emerges which fundamentally changes the government's assessment of the risks. In addition, winter is always a challenging time for the NHS. This winter could be particularly difficult due to the impacts of COVID-19. On top of the usual increase in emergency demands and seasonal respiratory diseases such as influenza, the flu, it is a realistic possibility that the impact of the flu may be greater than this winter than in normal winters due to very low levels of flu over winter 2020-21. There is considerable uncertainty over how these pressures will interact with the impact of COVID-19. The government will remain vigilant and monitor the data closely, taking action to support and protect the NHS when necessary. In preparation, the government has taken a responsible step of undertaking contingency planning in case Plan A is not sufficient to keep the virus at manageable levels, so that the public and the businesses know what to expect. This document outlines a Plan B in England, which would only be enacted if the data suggests further measures are necessary to protect the NHS. The government remains committed to doing whatever it takes to prevent NHS from being overwhelmed. That is where the focus needs to be. Trying to make this as quick as possible for you, Mr. Speaker. The high level of vaccine protection has allowed the country to live with COVID-19 without stringent restrictions on society. The economy, the people's day-to-day lives, going further on vacations, will help ensure this remains the case. The government has secured sufficient supplies to support further vaccinations across the whole UK. It will provide the developed administrations with the vaccine supplies to deploy to the people of Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland. The government has 3 priorities for the COVID-19 vaccination program in England for the autumn and the winter. Here are the 3. A, maximizing uptake of the vaccine among those that are eligible but have not yet taken up the offer. Offering booster doses to individuals who receive vaccinations in phase 1 of the COVID-19 vaccination program, and offering a first dose of vaccines to 12 to 15-year-olds. First, the government will continue to make vaccines easily available to everybody to maximize uptake among those that are eligible but have not yet taken up the offer. In England, 11.3% people aged 16 and older, over 5.5 million, remain unvaccinated, and this heightens the risk of rising hospitalizations, particularly when prevalence is high. Take-up so far varies by ethnicity, age, and deprivation, with some groups recording lower rates of vaccine uptakes. The government and clinical advisors recommend that everybody accepts the offer of vaccinations as a way of maximizing protections for themselves, the people around them, and society as a whole. And that's what we have been doing. In addition to the protection they provide, there are other benefits of being fully vaccinated. On August 16th, the government amended the rules that were in place to ensure that people who are fully vaccinated do not need to self-isolate after being in contact with somebody who tests positive for COVID-19. B, since the 19th of July, those fully vaccinated through the UK vaccine program or participating in a UK vaccine clinical trial have not needed to quarantine on returning to the UK from any country not on the red list. And C, over 60 countries around the world now recognize the NHS COVID pass covering vaccines administered in the UK. That number is growing, allowing vaccinated UK citizens to benefit from any vaccine-enabled freedoms in these countries. The government will continue to support those communities with lower rates of COVID-19 vaccine uptake. An additional $23.3 million for a network of community vaccine champions will be provided to local authorities and voluntary and community sector organizations to ensure that access to the vaccine is as easy as possible. Building on lessons learned through phase 1 and 2 of the vaccine rollout, the government is also working closely with NHS to make it easy as possible to get vaccines, including through a grab and jab pop-up vaccine sites across the country with easy-to-use walk-in site finders on the NHS website. The government has also been partnering with transport providers such as Uber and FreeNow to ensure access to vaccine sites is easier than ever before. It then goes on to list in detail the different sectors of the different categories of the plan, which I would encourage, if they have not done so yet, members on the other side to have a look at. I'm going to just read quickly now, Mr. Speaker, just the overview on Plan B. If the data suggests that NHS is likely to come, that's on page 16, likely to come under unsustainable pressure, the government has prepared a Plan B for England. The government hopes not to have to implement Plan B, but given the uncertainty, it is setting out details now so that the public and businesses know what to expect if further measures become necessary. Given the high levels of protection in the adult population against COVID-19 by vaccination, relatively small changes in policy and behavior could have a big impact on reducing or increasing transmission, bending the epidemic curve and relieving pressures on the NHS. Thanks to the success of the vaccination program, it should be possible to handle a further resurgence with less damaging measures than the lockdowns and economic and social restrictions deployed in the past. The government would provide prior notice as far as possible to the public and Parliament ahead of implementing any necessary changes in a Plan B scenario. The government's Plan B prioritizes measures which can help control transmission of the virus while seeking to minimize economic and social impacts. And these include A, communicating clearly and urgently to the public that the level of risk has increased, and with it, the need to behave more cautiously. B, introducing mandatory vaccine-only COVID status certification in certain settings. And C, legally mandating face coverings in certain settings. The government would also consider asking people once again to work from home if they can for a limited period. The government recognizes this causes more disruption, and has greater immediate costs to the economy and some businesses than the other Plan B interventions. So a final decision would be made based on the data at that time. And then, of course, the document goes on to further elaborate on Plan B. So, Mr. Speaker, that, to me, whether you agree with their plan and aspects of it based on the size of their population, etc., is a much clearer plan towards a reopening. With the only, as I read earlier, the only mandatory vaccinations being for those working with the healthcare and elderly. Mr. Speaker, I did say that I would skip on the areas of discrimination. Well, one thing I thought would be interesting to point out as I reflected on it, because you hear immigration is one of those few areas a country can and should discriminate. But we have been challenged on several occasions on this, and we've lost those too. We've been challenged on Rastafarians, when we never used to allow Rastafarians into the country. We've been challenged on HIV positive cases, where people just have to prove now they declare, because I think that persons in our communities believe that if you're HIV positive, you cannot get a work permit. And I think it was mentioned here today as well. The truth of the matter is that you can demonstrate that you have the disease under control and that you have the means in order to maintain that control, that level of control, and you can get the work permit. There was a challenge on the dependence of a same-sex couple. These are all discriminatory policies of the government or immigration that have been successfully challenged. So again, I don't believe that it is as clear-cut as we would like to have it, or that the government would like to let us believe. Mr. Speaker, as much as I would like to support the government on this bill, I do think it's discriminatory. especially to those who have been here 6, 7 years on a work permit, kids born here, worked hard to try and meet the point system. I don't know if you don't have to agree with the point system, but that's what people are told to do. And then to be told, it's not a choice when you're being told either take the vaccine or sell that house that you bought, uproot your children from school in the middle of the term, and take them home. Take them back to somewhere that you may have even. I know people that renounce their citizenship in other countries because they love Cayman. They think that this is going to be the home for the rest of their lives. And I hope, I really do hope, and I don't want anyone to get this wrong way because I'm as pro-Caymanian as anyone else, but I really do hope that people don't believe that every business that leaves this country, some Caymanian has the funds, the knowledge, or the expertise to take over or restart or buy that business. And remember, when that business leaves, there are Caymanian employees. If Immigration Board is doing their job, there are Caymanian employees that will be impacted. Services from Cayman companies that will be impacted. My constituent who takes care of a house in South Sound and only has to work when the owners are here, bought himself a little boat, goes fishing when they're not here, sells the fish, still being paid by them to take care of the house, just goes, checks it in the morning, checks it in the evening, turn on, turn off lights. That's his livelihood. Selling the fish on the side, that's gravy. Yeah, the one that I understand you guys are not going to build, will not provide the desired outcome that the government thinks it will. Again, the more I listen tonight, the more I feel that this bill will not provide the desired outcome the government is seeking. The story, the emphasis, the direction that the debate has taken today took us far away from how do we get as many Caymanians vaccinated and how do we protect our Caymanian people, and most importantly, when we open our borders, how do we protect and secure our Health Services Authority. Again, I repeat, it is a false sense of security unless you're going to tag them somehow to say that vaccinating work permit holders will preserve the lives of Caymanian, and in particular, unvaccinated Caymanians. That is a fairy tale. That is a fairy tale. Again, you cannot be vaccinated to get your work permit, and the first person you meet at border control is unvaccinated, or the minute you sneeze, you go to the hospital and the person is unvaccinated. Or you go to work as a healthcare provider and your co-workers, your Caymanian co-workers are unvaccinated. Unless you're going to tag them to identify them, paint them a different color or something, I don't know. Go back to the old days when they used to put the mark on your door when you had an infection.
Put it on your forehead. It's crazy.
And I am not going to accept my cousin's, the Minister of Tourism's, invite to get political, so I'm going to leave his comments alone. I'll save those for another day. Mr. Speaker, it is late, and so I will close with this quote from Mahatma Gandhi, which, again, I sat here the entire day and listened intently, because I have absolutely no issue in recognizing when I'm wrong or supporting what I believe is fundamentally right or will be successful. But I'll close with this quote from Gandhi. A no uttered from the deepest conviction is better than a yes merely uttered to please or worse, to avoid trouble. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the hour is late, and while many have had the opportunity to speak, I think to be fair to families, we need to let people get home. We will continue tomorrow, and in that case, Mr. Speaker, I move the adjournment of this House until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Question is that this honorable Parliament do now adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. This honorable Parliament now stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, Tuesday the 5th of October, God willing.